Welcome to Benzinga's Virtual Healthcare Summit. So many times we've told you this and we'll continue saying it. We love bringing on companies and more, particularly executives from those publicly traded companies and private companies to make sure that we can get the conversations going. The questions that you want answered is what we do on this platform. Today, we're going to have not just amazing companies such as Axum and also Vivani Medical, who recently announced some news around a weight loss drug, but also amazing people in the healthcare space, such as Dr. Frida Lewis Hall, who is the former chief medical officer at Pfizer, and Michael O'Brien, who is a partner and head of U.S. healthcare PR at ICR. Now, I don't know about you, but I also go ahead and care a lot about my healthcare. So we have companies based around that later on as well that'll be joining us. I hope you're ready for some insightful conversations, and we'll start things off with a few words from our keynote speaker, Don Duffy.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Benzinga 2024 Virtual Healthcare Summit, a forward-thinking virtual event featuring leading companies, healthcare visionaries, renowned analysts, asset managers, and thought leaders. I want to thank the Benzinga team for inviting me to open today's event. I'm Don Duffy, the president of ICR, a leading communications and capital markets advisory firm. We have a very large practice group in the healthcare sector that advises companies on the journey through capital raising and with IR and PR communications campaigns to target all their audiences. So first, I wanted to set the stage by talking about the markets for a moment. As many of you know, most of the recent data, particularly inflation, have been mixed, although none of that has rattled the markets, which continue to trade near all-time highs. We see investors focus on the Federal Reserve lowering interest rates this year, even if later than initially hoped, a long-awaited sign that the central bank's crusade against inflation is finally coming to an end. Let's touch on earnings season briefly. If you look at the S&P 500, now that almost all those companies have reported, you'd see that 76% of them reported above analyst expectations. That compares to a long-term average of about 66%. Importantly, fourth quarter earnings growth rates and revenue growth rates were healthy. So these are all encouraging numbers, and the year is off to a good start. Let's shift to the IPO market. While the end of the first quarter is a few weeks away, we're starting to see the IPO calendar heat up. We expect the new issue market for 2024 to outpace both 2022 and 2023. So far this year, 15 IPOs priced, generating $6.5 billion in proceeds. That compares favorably to 10 IPOs generating $2.3 billion in proceeds through the same period last year. Just to give you some perspective, 43 IPOs priced for all of 2023, generating $21 billion in total proceeds. The other key piece of news is today there are two major deals pricing: social media platform Reddit and chip maker Astera Labs, which could both give the IPO market a shot in the arm as we get to the end of the first quarter. Now let's talk about why we're all here, the healthcare market. We are seeing good signs the market is warming up. We've seen 7 IPOs priced since the start of the year that were $50 million in offering size or larger. That's a fantastic start to 2024. To provide some perspective, there were only 10 similar sized IPOs for all of 2023. We began seeing renewed enthusiasm about the sector coming out of the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference in January. And now that these transactions have added a shot of confidence into the healthcare market, after a disappointing and difficult 2023. So is this the beginning of a favorable trend that can be expected to continue? We shall see, but anecdotal evidence suggests absolutely yes. We think there are two key things to point out. First, we're seeing more companies update their confidential SEC filings, which means they're getting ready to launch deals. And second, there were 3 new S1 filings announced just in the last 2 weeks alone. So what's driving the IPO market in healthcare? While the biggest IPO in healthcare was BrightSpring Health, a healthcare services deal, which raised approximately $700 million, the 2 best performing deals were Atossa Therapeutics and CG Oncology. One of the common themes associated with this class of biotech companies that have recently priced deals is the availability of favorable data and later stage programs with a clear path forward. The other theme that has taken hold that we're hearing from institutional investors is that some of these companies will become M&A opportunities for larger pharma who are on the hunt for new drugs to fill gaps in their pipeline caused by expiring patent protection. So while market participants assess the positive performance of some of these recent deals, the last 18 months have been challenging for companies looking to raise funds in the private markets. Healthcare-related private equity deal value actually fell by more than 60% from 2021, its lowest level since 2016. Given the scientific advancements, technical innovation, population dynamics, we believe the healthcare sector will continue to attract growth capital from both public and private investors. We expect the positive trend we have seen in the first 2 months of 2024 in the IPO market will continue as companies look to advance their research and development and improve outcomes for patients. I hope you all enjoyed today's panels and presentations, and we look forward to a strong healthcare market in 2024. Thank you.
Want to go ahead and thank Don Duffy for those insightful words. And, no matter what market it is, whether it's the healthcare market, the crypto market, or whatever it might be, the companies that are great at what they do will always survive and come out on top. And I want to introduce my co-host for this amazing webinar as well. It's going to be Tony. I want to go ahead and Tony, I'm always excited to go ahead and talk to amazing companies, but, through these prep calls that we've done, you just have such great insight. I know you've got Axum ready to go as well. So I'm going to turn it over to you, man. Looking forward to the conversation.
Thank you, Zunaid. Yeah, I'm especially excited to talk to Axum. We have CEO John Humiller ready to go. One of their products that they're pushing out is just really groundbreaking. It's actually addresses dry eye disease, which I don't know if you remember those old commercials with Ben Stein, clear eyes, straight dry eyes. Well, I remember those, but they do something pretty groundbreaking with dry eye disease. And they're an innovator with a biomarker that can actually even help diagnose Parkinson's. The R&D is in motion right now, as John told us on a pre-call. So I'm excited to talk to him about it. If he's on deck, please bring him on. I would love to get this show rolling.
Here we go. It is all yours, buddy. Talk soon.
Thank you. Hello, John.
Tony, how are you?
Good. And I'm so glad that you are a man of your word doing this chat again in front of a fireplace as a fireside.
I didn't want to light it because it was a little loud last night, crackling. So,
I wouldn't mind. And then you can have a little scotch. That would have been very,
it's a little early here in Colorado for scotch, but glad to be the first one up on your show.
I'm thrilled that you are. We have a lot to talk about, and I have you for about 10 minutes, maybe more. We'll see how this goes. But I don't know if you heard my little intro. I'm fascinated by Axum. I know that it has. We spoke a lot about the R&D that's going on now with your biomarker in treating dry eye disease. But there's another level to that, which is helping to diagnose Parkinson's. And I wanted to see if you can kick off and talking to us a little bit about the connection between the two.
Well, we're in the diagnostics section using teardrops. And so I think we've mastered, a couple of tests already for lactoferrin for dry eye disease and for IgE, which is for allergies. So if you come into your eye doctor and you have red, scratchy, itchy eyes, do you have an allergy or do you have dry eye disease? So we can tell that doctor or that patient what they have, which is really important when it comes to various treatments because, let's say you have a really high level of MMP9 and the doctor puts you on Restasis and it drops that level from 400 down to 100. We know that treatment is working and that's really good. So other tests are really qualitative. Ours are quantitative. So we can actually measure that exact amount of that biomarker.
Yeah, I remember you talking to me about that, which is fascinating. So walk me through the difference. Is that you actually provide like a numerical value to just how severe the condition is, whereas other companies just give you like a yes or a no? Is that accurate?
That's absolutely correct. So that's the key to treatment. So you can actually measure it. So you can take that treatment, come back a month later and test it and see whether your level is improving for whatever biomarker that might be. And so, being able to, the really challenge is using a teardrop, which is so small. We're talking about, 100 microliters, which is almost nothing. And to be able to then test for that biomarker in that little teardrop is really amazing what we do. And so, we've been able to master that. And it's also been able to allow us to move into other places such as Parkinson's that you mentioned. So we've developed a test for early detection of Parkinson's. And so that way, there's already 20 some odd drugs that are approved for Parkinson's to delay the onset. So if you have a high level of alpha-synuclein, then we can tell that. And then we hope at some point, to run clinical studies and maybe partner with some of the larger companies out there, which we're talking to as we speak. And hopefully, we'll be able to run a clinical. Then they can use that test and market it for their different treatments.
I had read that from an Axum news announcement that you cited a study from the Michael J. Fox Foundation that I guess supported your product and well, indirectly, I think. Have you heard from the Michael J. Fox Foundation, and are there any studies that you could point to that sort of showcase what Axum can do?
Yeah, we have spoken with them, obviously. They're very interested in what we're doing, and they're pushing some people over to us, which is nice, and thanks to them. And so we hope that something will come out of the Parkinson's. It also opens up the door for Alzheimer's, because the tears are so close to the brain. So anything that's up here, we can measure in tears, which is really key to what we do.
So now we talked a little bit about how the R&D is ongoing. Talk to us about the products that are already FDA approved. Any studies that are going to be coming around this year? I know we spoke a little bit about that. What other tests do you need to do with patients?
Yeah, so we're focused on delivering our 2 tests that are already approved. So we have 2 510Ks that are cleared by the FDA. We're delivering product as we speak. So I think we're one of those R&D companies that's actually transforming into a revenue company, which is really key for for a small biotech. Very few biotechs ever make it to delivering a product to market, and we're one of them right now.
Yeah, and there is no shortage of competition. We talked a little bit about how you guys differentiate yourselves. I would love to know what else is there to that? Is there any way that Axum in this current market, the fact that it's generating revenue, that's a good differentiator too, no?
Yeah, and I think we're very undervalued when you look at our stock and our market cap, because I read a study from Stanford that said that 510Ks that are cleared are worth like $30 million. That was 10 years ago. We have 2 of them that are cleared. So that alone is 10 times what our market cap today is. So on a valuation basis, I think we're cheap. And turning into a revenue company, I think is really very unique for an R&D company to finally get product to market. And so, we've signed a manufacturing partnership with a company out of Arizona so that they can actually do the manufacturing. We're really not manufacturers. And these guys are ISO certified and have all the automation and can really kick out the numbers. So as we scale up, which we think we're going to get in a lot of doctors' offices, we already are, they'll be able to manufacture for us.
Yeah, how does one get involved with the doctor's offices? Do you send people on the ground and try to sell these products the old-fashioned way, like showing it to doctors and how it works, or give us an idea as to the strategy there?
Yeah, so we signed a distribution agreement with a company called Versailles Ophthalmics, and they're out there hitting the street, pounding the doors, doing all the trade shows, that are massive. For there's 50,000 eye care doctors out there, so a large market for us to attack.
What are your views on, I guess, the biotech sector now? Just this morning, there was some breaking news about the amount of funding that's coming into the space. There were 3 venture capital rounds. I know you guys are a publicly traded company, but when you read about the amount of activity that's going on in the space now, you just heard Don Duffy talk about how the year is off to an encouraging start. What are your thoughts on that? How 2024 will go?
Well, I think it can't get any worse than the last year, right? I'm excited about it. We're in a really unique position, and so I look forward to for the next year. And I think, anytime these deals get done and IPOs are successful, it only helps us. And so, like you said, we're already public, so we're already pregnant, but we're out there, and we're raising capital a little bit as we speak, and to fund the gap, and that gap gets smaller and smaller every month. So, we're in a good place, I think.
Let's talk a little bit about you. What was your history like in getting involved in the biotech industry? How did you start out? And I understand you had many different leadership positions over the course of a long career.
Yeah, so I like to say I drew the short straw. So I'm the CEO. I was on the board of directors before and have a Wall Street background. So I was, heading up the audit committee, and we felt that we needed a change. The board did. And so lo and behold, I came along, and we were in the CBD business, which was kind of oversaturated. So we changed the business model. We acquired Sapphire Biotech, which had a cancer diagnostic for a unique biomarker. We were able to use that. When COVID hit, we turned it into a neutralizing antibody test. And quite frankly, I think the FDA missed the mark by not allowing us to deliver our product, because we could test for neutralizing antibodies in 5 minutes and tell you whether or not you're protected or not. I don't think they wanted people to know how bad the vaccines really were, because the neutralizing antibodies fell off so quickly. So we took that opportunity and said, why don't we acquire a couple of 510Ks that are already approved, so we don't have to go through that with the FDA again. And so we've done that, and now we're delivering product to the market.
On the topic of the FDA and dealing with regulators, I know that's always challenging. It's something that's going to get brought up in an election year, especially as we look forward to November. But the FDA, we're going to have an analyst come on later in the event to talk about a lot of approvals happened in last year compared to years past. So far, over the past 3-4 years, has dealing with the FDA been a net positive or a net negative?
Well, during COVID, it was really difficult because everybody was virtual, and it was really hard. I think they're making a really a choice to try and do a better job and be faster and quicker. So we're going to be applying for a couple of waivers for our products, and we heard through our counsel that now it's 90 days instead of 9 months. So we're looking forward to dealing with the FDA now.
Yeah, so things have gotten easier.
I think so. I mean, whether it's easier or not, it's quicker, let's say.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about some trends that are going on. I have you for about another minute and a half. I would love to know your thoughts on just some of the buzzwords that get people's eyebrows raised. Artificial intelligence in this space. Is that something that comes across your desk? Are you interested in the role that AI can play in healthcare and biotech?
Well, I think that AI definitely has a role, particularly with clinical studies and being able to position those in the right place. In our case, I don't know. We looked at AI a long time ago, and we're trying to figure out, particularly with COVID, could it help with, let's say, diagnosing with your eyeball, and so you could use that camera to do enough of them and tell right away, does a guy have COVID?
Right.
Right through his eye with a picture. So, maybe there's a way for that to happen somewhere down the road for like dry eye disease or Parkinson's or whatever. In that regard, yeah, maybe.
Do you anticipate a uptick in talent sourcing in this space? I know Axum, with more revenue coming in, do you build up your team and target experts in that space?
We're trying to stay small and lean and mean, and we're really an R&D company. So, our guys can diagnose anything with the eye. I'm convinced of that. It's then for us to find the right distribution partner to take it out to the world and let them deal with that side of it.
All right, excellent. Anything else that you'd like to talk a little bit about with Axum that I might not have mentioned? Any news on the horizon? I would love to break news on this Benzinga Virtual Summit.
Love to break news without going through the SEC today, but I don't think I should. So
well, maybe one day.
Maybe someday, soon. Yeah.
Well, keep us in the loop. It was a pleasure to talk to you. I would love to be the first to report on many of the groundbreaking advancements you guys are making, Axum, in terms of the dry eye and especially Parkinson's. I think that's something that a lot of people really want to learn more about.
I appreciate that, Tony, and I will make sure that you're the first guy, right?
All right, thank you, John.
Right. Okay,
right, have a great morning. Enjoy the fireplace.
Okay, all righty, bye.
Bye. All right, that was John Humiller from Axum, the CEO. Moving right along, we have Theriva Biologics on deck. Let's bring on our guests. We have CEO Steve SHALLCROSS and General Director MANEL CASCALLO. Now, this company is especially interesting because it's focusing on utilizing viruses to treat cancer. And it's got a set up shop here in the United States, but also has a facility in Barcelona. So it has that cross-border appeal for our global audience if they're interested. So let's bring on Steve and MANEL. Hello, Steve. Hello, MANEL.
Hey, Tony. How are you?
Good.
Hi, Tony.
Thank you for joining us today. I don't know if you heard my intro, but I think I covered a little bit of what Theriva does, but I know that there's a long list of innovations that we can probably cover with Theriva Biologics. And but to kick things off, I would love to get your thoughts on just what the future holds in terms of utilizing viruses for the treatment of cancer. This is something that is so foreign to me, the science of this, but I don't know. I would love to sit like our listeners and learn a bit more. I'll start with Steve.
Yeah, maybe I'll start out. Well, we're very excited about what we're developing. We have what we believe is really a unique and differentiated oncolytic virus. We've optimized it to be delivered systemically. That means by IV, and there's a lot of benefits for doing that. And it's also been designed to be used in combination with other types of cancer treatments. And what we're starting to learn in the field of cancer is that combination therapies, seem to be, where this is all heading. So there's a real opportunity for us to, get our product ultimately through the clinic and hopefully over the line through approval and help some of these patients that really are still looking for solutions for very, very difficult to treat cancers.
Now, MANEL, I know we spoke earlier about how Barcelona has sort of become this innovation hub for biotechnology. Why don't you talk to us a little bit about that?
Yeah, happy. So yes, it's true that Barcelona is becoming a new hub for biomedical sciences, basically in the south of Europe. There are several reasons for that. Probably one of the things is obviously the quality of the academic institutions that we have here. Also, I think that the clinical development in Spain is gaining a lot of train right now. There's a lot of companies landing in Spain at that moment and in the Barcelona area, but also more generally speaking in Spain, because the quality of clinical research in the sites in Spain it's very high, and it's very convenient because it's a fast process for moving the clinical development, and that's the case. That's also a plethora of different biotech companies that has been founded or are been developing products in the last, let's say, 20 to 10 years, let's say. And there's some more recent events that are consolidating the space. For instance, the landing of AstraZeneca site in Barcelona very recently, and they are expanding capacities. And I think, yes, that's a really exciting environment where we are right now.
And Steve, I would love to get your thoughts on the Virage clinical trial. I understand that you had some success with that trial. Why don't you tell our viewers about it?
So We actually got into a relationship with VCN, which was the company that we ultimately acquired to gain access to the technology. We were introduced to the VCN team, which was a company being incubated here in Spain by Grifols, the big plasma company. We first met them back in 2021. We had a great opportunity when we started doing our diligence to meet their team, and we actually found out that a number of their team members had collaborated with our team members in the States in previous endeavors. So that was exciting, and it allowed us to get over one hurdle of integrating two cultures into one business with a common goal. Specifically on the trial, we were very impressed during our diligence by the amount of human clinical data that was already generated by the VCN team. Based on that, we made the decision to not only get the transaction over the line, but to very quickly advance the technology into a phase 2 program in metastatic pancreatic cancer patients, and that's exactly what we're doing today. The specific data that impressed us so much on the phase 1 trial that was previously conducted was that using the VCN-01 virus in combination with standard care chemotherapy and at a high dose, we were able to generate response rates in a small patient sample, but nonetheless response rates, in other words, a reduction of 30% or more in the tumor size at the 83% level. Where standard of care, we were observing rates somewhere in the 23% range. We also saw overall survival, which is the key metric that the FDA and EMA approved product like this around. We saw overall survival go up to an average of about 21 months, when in hindsight and in reality, the overall survival for patients once diagnosed and treated with standard care chemotherapy is somewhere in the 8 to 11 month range. So that was compelling enough for us to not only get the transaction done, enter a relationship, and then move forward into a phase 2 trial.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to talk a little bit about the pancreatic cancer and why it's so challenging. Theriva is trying to find treatments to one of the more difficult cancers to treat. And let's start with MANEL. I would love to get your thoughts on why it's so crucial. There's a 5-year survival rate for pancreatic cancer patients. Let's talk a little bit about the innovation there and how we can improve that with each and every study.
Yeah, you are right. Pancreatic cancer is really a devastating disease. Okay, and why chemotherapy is not effective, or why most of the therapies, immunotherapy, is not effective in pancreatic cancer. Maybe it's not a single reason, but that's a major driver here, that it's the pancreatic lesions are covered by a dense stroma that we call tumor matrix that really prevents the accessibility for chemotherapy or for other therapeutic agents. So for us, from the beginning, that was a relevant point, and that's why we decided to create a product radically new, which is a virus that can selectively replicate in tumors. So it's a virus that when infects a cell, it's able to recognize if the infected cell, it's a normal or it's a tumor cell. If it's a normal cell, virus stop anything. It's doing anything in the cell. However, if the virus recognizes that the infected cell, it's a tumor cell, it behaves as a virus. It kills the tumor cell and generates a lot of copies of himself that propagate to neighboring cells and recognize again if it's tumor or normal cell and amplify the therapeutic effect until reaching healthy margins in the tumor where viral replication stops again. Okay, that's a really differentiated mechanism of action, because you kill the virus with you kill the cells with a different mechanism. But in addition, our virus, when replicating, it expresses a product called PH20. It's an enzyme that degrades this stroma in the tumor cells, and by doing that, it favors the spreading of the virus, but also enhance the activity of the chemotherapy or the immune system. And this combination of different effects, it's what makes VCN-01, that's the name of the virus that we are developing, as a very unique product. Moreover, one of the major differentiators of our product is that this product can be systemically delivered. and compare it to other companies in the field of what is called the oncolytic virus field, we are very unique because we are one of the companies that has demonstrated that systemic delivery is the way to proceed. And our virus is selective enough to be systemically dosed without major significant toxicity, which is really a game changer in our field.
And Steve, can you point to any previous studies that in utilizing viruses to treat cancer that worked and that were groundbreaking? And perhaps it's not with pancreatic cancer, but with another type of cancer?
So the oncolytic virus field isn't new, but it has had its struggles. And, I think in some ways, that's one of the reasons why we see a disconnect in our market value and the opportunity that we believe, still lies ahead for us and our investors. There was a recent success, and it's been very public. There's a company called CG Oncology that just went public on the heels of some pretty positive phase 3 data in bladder cancer. They are using an adenovirus. The design of that virus is much different from what we're doing. They're using that virus and getting it directly into the tumor, whereas MANEL has alluded, ours is delivered by IV or systemically. But nonetheless, I think ultimately that product is on track to get approved. Based on that data, they had a very successful IPO. They raised, I believe, in excess of $400 million, and their market cap is in the billions right now. So I guess there's a classic example of somebody having success in this space, taking advantage of it, and having a successful financing so that they can further advance that product as well as others that may be in their pipeline.
And Manel, what would you say is the biggest expense in terms of research and trying to test these viruses to treat cancers? What's like the biggest expense that revenue goes for?
So basically, there's two sources of expense here. Obviously, one is the clinical development. Obviously, clinical development is always an important thing in a company like us. Also, manufacturing. In the case of viruses, it's a driver for the expense. However, in our case, we have internally a team of devoted scientists to working in the manufacturing process of our product, and they are doing a great job. In fact, they are trying to improve the yield of our production, and they are also reducing the cost significantly. And they are doing a kind of different steps in the manufacturing part. For instance, moving for upscaling, working in suspension cell lines that we have developed. We have our proprietary cell line to generate that new manufacturing process, and all these activities are really reducing the cost of goods for our product, which is very important because in our strategy, we are moving for a systemic delivery. We are dosing high doses of viruses, but we are reducing the cost. So we are really approaching to a situation where our product is really affordable for any health system. Yeah.
Yeah, and I want to talk a little bit about affordability. A lot of these treatments come out and they're very expensive. Steve, can we talk a little bit about that and, I guess the disparity in terms of what people can afford when they get sick, and by the time these treatments come to market, and keeping costs low and working with healthcare providers and making sure people can get the care that they need?
That's an incredibly important question, and it's something that we think about and take very seriously here. And it's one of the reasons why we've put so much emphasis on our manufacturing process, because ultimately, even if this product's approved, it has to be affordable. And the payers, regardless of where you're at in the world, will need to be able to cover that through some form of insurance. As part of our internal processes, we've gone through all the advanced market access study work. Not only have we spent time talking with the key opinion leaders to make sure that there was a definite need for a product like this, which there is, we also, and those were live interviews with, I believe, over 20 key opinion leaders around the world. We also talked with over a dozen payers these are the private and public insurance companies, laid out the product profile and gave them a sense of where we expect this product, where it was going to be priced in combination with standard of care therapies. And hands down, everybody said that if this product ultimately got over the line, it would be reimbursed and paid for. We are doing our hardest to develop a product that, you know, is going to be priced probably, you know, in the thousands, not the hundreds of thousands or the millions. And again, we take that very seriously.
That's good to know, Steve. Thank you very much. That's about all the time we have. Is there anything else that you'd like to, that I perhaps didn't get to, that you would like to make sure people know about Theriva?
Well, we think we've got a really great, exciting story, and I'd encourage interested parties to, you know, go to our website, check out the company. We have our earnings call coming up on Monday,
March 25th, right?
March 25th. And we'll give an operational update and updated financial guidance as well at that time.
Thanks a lot, Steve. Manel, it's been a pleasure.
Just one single thing. If you are interested to know how looks a virus, you can see the picture after Steve, which is a picture of our BCN01 virus, and you can see it in direct life.
I'm actually in our Barcelona offices today with Manel.
Oh, fantastic. So it's late in the day for you guys, I imagine.
It's all right.
Okay.
All right. Thanks a lot, folks. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Tony.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
All right. Moving right along. That was a fascinating conversation. Let's get to our next guest, Laura Chico. She is Dr. Laura Chico from Wedbush. Wedbush are friends of ours, true experts in the biotech and pharmaceutical space. Happy to bring her on. She has over 10 years of expertise in this industry, and yeah, excited to talk to her. Hi, Laura.
Hey, good afternoon, Tony.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for the lovely introduction.
I knew it was at least 10 years. I've seen you on CNBC plenty of times, and I'm excited to talk to you now.
Likewise. Thank you very much for inviting me today.
So right off the bat, I mean, we started this event off, I don't know if you heard the keynote address, and it's an exciting year for IPOs. Don Duffy was very bullish about that. What are you seeing on your end in terms of IPOs in the biotech space for 2024? I know that as of and I could get fact checked on this, but I think by February, about a month in, it was already up 20% in biotech IPOs.
Yeah, so I think, you know, it's probably best to look at it across a historical lens just to have the right context. And we've certainly had some periods where IPO issuance has been incredibly strong. And you think back to the 2020, 2021 period where we had on average, you know, 30, 35 IPOs coming out. Move along to 22, 23, and it's kind of tale of another world where it's been more like 11 or 12 IPOs all year. So far in 2024, we've had 6 IPOs priced, and I think relatively speaking, they've held up pretty well in terms of market performance. So I think a couple things there. It does seem like a tide is shifting a little bit in 24, which is a good thing. The fact that they are also holding up in the open markets, I think, is another positive signal. So moving forward, I do think we start to see a bit more of an upswing on the IPO front, which would be great news for the sector. And I think another kind of characteristic within that IPO class is they're a little bit more advanced in terms of their clinical development from prior years, which I think is also another positive trend. I think it gives investors a little bit shorter window to see some of this clinical de-risking data. So that's always a positive.
Yeah, speaking of de-risking data, I know that I've heard you speak in the past about takeover targets. A lot of the companies that you cover could be takeover targets this year. I want to see if you can talk a little bit about that. Viridian Therapeutics, for example, Edgewise, are these companies, do you think they would be wise to look for a deal in this year or hold out for perhaps a good purchase price or a good price tag.
Yeah, and I think that's probably the delicate balance that biotechs have to dance around and try to work out. But maybe taking a step back, I think biotech M&A has actually been pretty elevated compared to prior periods. And historically, if we look back over the last 5-6 years, the first quarter and the fourth quarter are typically those hot periods where you're seeing greater acquisition announcements versus kind of those middle quarters of the year. But the past couple months have been even higher than normal. So even yesterday, we got the announcement that Fusion Pharma was being acquired by AstraZeneca for, I believe, $1.5 billion. So while the pace has lightened up a little bit in March since kind of the frenetic activity of December and January, I don't think that really changes fundamentally for the mid-cap space. Large cap pharma, biotech are still in need of new assets and to try to work those revenue projections higher. And they're not buying companies for revenue today. It's more of these forward kind of programs that are still a few years out. So I think, for the names like you mentioned, Edgewise, Viridian, for these mid-cap companies, I think once you get that validation of clinical positioning, that's an important milestone where those conversations really tend to accelerate. So for Edgewise, for example, EWTX, we have a couple of readouts actually staggered throughout the course of this year. They're anticipating Duchenne muscular dystrophy data within the first half of this year. And then we'll start to get our first clinical look at some of their cardiac programs as well in the third quarter. And then last part of this year, another pivotal readout in a disorder known as Becker muscular dystrophy. So that's one where there are a number of windows here where this could validate programs that they have underway.
I would love to get your disclosures up on the screen, companies that you cover. I mentioned Viridian Therapeutics and Edgewise, but there's a long list of companies here. And I would love to get your thoughts on which companies are impressing you these days in terms of innovations, FDA approvals. I know that there were 55 FDA approvals last year versus 59. Not much of a difference between the last year and the year prior. What companies do you come to mind when you think of innovation in 2024?
Yeah, and I think that's a great question. When I think back to even 15 years ago, FDA approvals have really risen in terms of the number of drugs that are actually being approved right now. And it's not only the number, it's also the modalities, the breadth of what's coming through the market. We've moved beyond just small molecules and antibodies. We're starting to see gene therapies, RNA targeted therapies, things like that, which are pretty exciting from just a general biotech perspective. In terms of what we're looking for, I think it's more of that kind of continued theme here, where we have a number of orphan diseases, for example, that some of the companies we work with are targeting. And I think there's always tremendous unmet need in those populations. Often no approved therapies exist. So these are typically the first treatment that's coming to market here. But, kind of going back to that theme of M&A activity, there's definitely been a focal point across a couple of therapeutic areas. Oncology is always big in biotech, but then we also have a number of advancements, I think, in the CNS neurology space, neuromuscular disorders. We already talked about Edgewise, but also the epilepsy setting as well. There's a number of companies we follow in the epilepsy space, and it's exciting to see some of these advancements in some of those areas as well.
Sticking with M&A, private equity firms. I hear a lot about dry powder in 2023, but M&A was low. But M&A in healthcare was pretty good comparatively to other sectors, especially in the Asia-Pacific region. I think it was at an all-time high in APAC. I don't know if that trend will continue, but in sticking with private equity, all this dry powder, almost $2.3 trillion in dry powder in 2023. That's only going to grow in 2024. Do you see on the buy side a lot of activity on their part?
Within the biotech space, I think it's a little bit of a different animal. So not kind of traditional models. And I think you're taking kind of different risk bets with respect to kind of developmental therapies that are not yet at the market stage. So I think it's a little bit of a different equation there. But I think by and large, at least the specialist investors that we're talking about or talking with are pretty enthusiastic about the space in general. Now, we've seen the biotech sector pull back a little bit, but I think that's also kind of in line with general market activity, kind of after a strong run up here. Not surprising to see us kind of have a bit of a pullback. But I would say by and large, the specialists remain very active in the sector.
Well, I have you for about a minute and a half left. I would love to get this question in there. It's an election year. I would love to get your thoughts on the political blowback and how healthcare has been a talking point for both parties. But we had the Inflation Reduction Act, which helped drug prices. A lot of drugs are ready for negotiation in terms of their prices. FDA, as we talked about, remains productive. What's your read of the trends going into November, this election year? I know a lot of people make an issue of women's health being on the ballot in November. So net good, net negative over the past 3 years. What should those in the biotech sector keep in mind when they head to the voting booth?
I think it can actually be pretty simply summed up in one way, and that's simply that I think, to your point, both parties have been able to kind of put biotech on the defensive, unfortunately. And, you know, I think if we look back in election years, typically we see the sector underperform in the couple of months right before the election. But almost, and I think this is for every presidential election the past 5 cycles, we've seen higher performance post-election in that 30-day period, or I'm sorry, the 3 months post-election period. So a lot of uncertainty heading into the election. Does one party matter more than the other? I think at this point, unfortunately, neither party really benefits biotech necessarily better than another. But I think once we get these kind of concerns out of the way, we can kind of get back to business. And I'm looking for kind of smoother sailing post-election.
Smoother sailing post-election. All right. I hope that's the case. Thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us today. I would definitely like to keep in touch in the future. Wedbush is always a great friend of Benzinga, and thanks for joining us.
Well, thanks very much, Tony. Enjoyed the discussion today.
Thank you. Take care.
Take care.
Dr. Laura CHICO from Wedbush, thank you so much. And now we're moving along to our next panel. We have 2 guests, Dr. Frida Lewis Hall, the former Chief Medical Officer at Pfizer, and Michael O'Brien, Head of U.S. Healthcare at ICR and Westwick. Let's bring them on. Hi, Frida. Hi, Michael.
Hi there.
Good morning.
How's everybody doing today? Where are you calling me from, Michael? Let's see, that can't be a real backdrop.
No, I am near Annapolis, Maryland. So,
Right,
yep.
very good. And Dr. Frida, where are you from?
I'm actually sitting in Naples, Florida right now.
All right, nice and warm down there, I'm sure. Well, I appreciate you both talking to me today. We have so much to cover. We talked a lot about autoimmune disease on our pre-call, but I would like to get your 35 years in the industry, Dr. Frida Lewis Hall, and I would love to get your thoughts on just what impresses you these days in terms of innovation in the autoimmune space.
Well, I think there's a lot of interesting work in autoimmunity that is is in the backdrop of a few things. The first is our model of working in autoimmunity has changed a little bit. We're thinking about it in different ways. If you, let me give you an example. So with COVID, who thinks about autoimmunity as it relates to an infectious disease? But it turns out that with COVID, we discovered in the midst of that crisis that it isn't actually the virus that killed you, but your own immune system's reactions to the virus that led to such devastating outcomes. And so thinking about the autoimmune system as a system that can be engaged and put to work, if you would, on behalf of your long-term health. So I'm really excited about work, just for example, in stimulating Treg cells to move into action, if you would, in cases where where inflammation is causing damage, and those Treg cells, then a part of your own body, are going to work to reduce the inflammation and to change the outcome of the disease. So I'm really excited about the kind of the different angles that we are now using to approach autoimmune disease. And the list of them is long and very devastating, and most have very high unmet needs. Lupus, sarcoidosis, vasculitis, arthritis, we could go on and on. Imagine if we're able to find a mechanism that is fit for purpose for any number of those, if not all of those.
And Michael, I remember last time we spoke, you talked a little bit about the innovator's burden. And you said it's not for the faint of heart. What did you mean by that?
Yeah. So, we love we love innovation in healthcare. There are patients waiting for companies, researchers, academic institutions to come up with treatments to solve these, these long-term issues. The problem is those companies are going to face a more difficult path. As an innovator, I mean, the entire scientific method is, it doesn't work until you prove it works. And in a new space, in a new area, they're going to suffer, skepticism. There could be a regulatory pathway that's not as clear. There could be, physicians not so sure. They're going to wait and see. There could be, the FDA could take a harder line. There could be, complete response letters. There could be clinical holds. This is a difficult place to go when you're sort of, creating a new path. So I think and we tend to work with those companies all the time, and you just have to, overcome that. And I think, and just recognize it's going to happen. It's a lot easier to be the second and third drug in a class. The payer strategy is all figured out. The regulatory pathway is all figured out. Of course, you're not going to be first. So I think that's what they have to sort of do, that calculus.
If I can I tap in on that? Because I'm really excited about innovation in healthcare. I actually think the events of the last few years may help a little bit. With COVID and other kind of world events, I think we've been shaken. My husband always says, people don't change when they see the light, they change when they feel the heat. And I think that COVID really brought some heat to the equation of evolving our healthcare system. We were shaken by all of the gaps in our healthcare system. We were stunned by our lack of data and understanding of what the risk factors are of being affected by certain diseases and having differential outcomes that lead to, terrible inequities. We were inspired by doing some new research, if you would, and doing it with new partners and collaborations in a way that I'm not sure we had worked before to bring vaccines and treatments for COVID to the forefront. So I agree, it is a burden and an innovator's one. I'm hoping that our realization of the profound needs that we have in improving and innovating for better health are going to give us a little bit of lift and inspiration to do some things differently.
Yeah, and on that note, I wanted to bring up a story you told me about someone that you spoke with at the President's Frontier Conference, and I think this story sort of sums up just how important innovation is in our healthcare system. It was somebody who lost their husband to cancer, and they had to take their medical records from one doctor to another on a CD, which is it's incredible. And you described it as we have Star Wars medicines, but in a Flintstone healthcare system. And I thought that was really interesting, and how it sums up the challenges that patients have.
Well, I'm glad you said it because I got in trouble for saying Star Wars medicine in the Flintstones healthcare system.
Well, Jetsons would be more
a time or two. But sometimes you just have to tell the truth.
Yeah.
And I do think that there are some wonderful. One of the things I love about what's happening now is we're reimagining the power of data and analytics, where things we didn't include, like social determinants and access and the quality of access to outcomes. We weren't really thinking about that as specifically to focus on change as I think we are now. And so hopefully we'll soon have Star Wars medicine and the Star Wars healthcare system with the changes that I think are underfoot today. So I like paying close attention to companies, organizations, institutions, and individuals that are doing work to help turbocharge us with data, that are helping with their analytics to point us in directions that maybe we wouldn't otherwise have gone into, and to develop new business models and new scientific and research models based on this new data and new insight.
If I could add to that, Tony, I actually think Dr. Lewis Hall also mentions that COVID was sort of an inspiration in terms of innovation about what could be accomplished and save countless lives. COVID also, I think, shined a spotlight on some old problems. However, I mean, oximeters that didn't work on people with, darker skin, which wasn't even discovered during the middle of the COVID crisis. The impact of how poorly our patients with chronic disease, multiple chronic diseases, how many of those patients died. Those were the patients largely who died. We have to do better. We have to innovate more in our care models for patients with chronic illnesses. And then, of course, the big one, which I know everyone is very concerned about, but just the health equity issue, as well as making sure our trials are diverse. So I think COVID was an amazing sort of social experiment, but it also, I think, highlighted some of those problems we've had for a long time. And I think there's a lot of room for innovation in those parts, or else we're going to repeat over and over again.
And if I can, I would love to underscore the equity word, right? Yeah. Because I think in many cases we were seeking equality in healthcare. And one of my favorite visuals, if you would, is, 3 children standing at a fence trying to see a game. The tall one could see over, and then there are 2 shorter ones who couldn't see at all. A new depiction has a child in a wheelchair. And then equality gives everyone a box of the same size to stand on. Well, guess what? The wheelchair couldn't get up on the box, and the 2 shorter children still couldn't see over the fence. And of course, the one that was already tall was just getting a better view. What we really need is to give people boxes of the size that they need to get over the barriers. And I think that you're absolutely right. COVID really shined a light on how simple they could be, like an oximeter that's giving the wrong read and may lead to the wrong treatment and therefore the wrong outcome, or different ways in which patients are perceived or treated within the healthcare system, or the access that they have. So we have a whole host of things to address if we want equity and justice in terms of the healthcare system that serves all.
So there's a large contingent of people in this country that like to treat healthcare as if it's like a chess piece to get points up on their opposing party. They don't like the word equity. What do you say to that? I mean, we have a government healthcare plan that people tried to repeal. They were unsuccessful. They tried to offer an alternative. They failed. They take issue with the term equity, like I said. I would love to get your thoughts on just how crucial that is to keep top of mind, Michael and Frida, in an election year. I'm going to start with Michael.
Yeah, as I've spent 30 some years in healthcare, and that is probably one of the most frustrating parts about all of this, is we're politicizing. This sounds a bit naive, but we're politicizing something that just, there's no room for it. There's no business for it. It doesn't help anything. And the fact of the matter is, people getting healthcare only helps the system. It cuts costs. It allows people to work. It does all of those things, right? So that's not really the conversation we're having. I think we're just in the last few years, it's just anything we can find as a wedge to divide people. That's what we're doing. So, I actually think when you look at industry and you look, when you work with our, brave men and women who work in hospitals or on the front lines, this is not a concern from them. They just want to help patients. Pharmaceutical companies, device companies, they want to solve problems. So I think this is largely an issue of people who have very large megaphones who want to divide us. So kind of a non-answer, Tony, but it's other than it's frustrating.
Frida?
Well, Michael, we couldn't agree more. We must be related.
This conversation is going to wallow in agreement.
It is. It will. So it is very frustrating. I agree with you on that. And we've been admiring the problem for a while, addressing it where we can. But there's data, there's data piles that just tell you that health is a pivot for almost everything we want to accomplish as individuals, as communities, and as a country. So without health, you actually have a lesser workforce, if you would, because you need health and longevity in order to have a well-heeled, well-developed workforce. There's much data that suggests that countries whose health is good, wealth is good, right? So the overall impact of the country from a financial standpoint is positive when, when people who live in that country are healthy, as well as live in the world. So I think that all roads lead to health as an important practice. A part of it is getting the message out and making sure that the data that backs this up is there, as well as the passion that backs it up. And then we just have to continue to make the changes we can when they're at hand.
And Tony, if I could just add, I think one area of health that gets politicized quite often is mental health. And I still believe it is, I think if you were asleep for the last 50 years or woke up, I think people would be shocked at how sort of the progress we thought we were making, it turns out we're not making at all. People still don't have access to care. Medicines, many companies sort of got out of the business of working on medicines for mental illness. We're seeing some movement now on psychedelics and sort of changing sort of the viewpoint from is this what people need? But mostly we still have a shortage of providers at a time when we're coming out of COVID. And I don't think this is a controversial thing to say that the vast majority of people I know could probably use a little help trying to understand what we've just been through. And yet that seems to be still a challenge. And lastly, we still have a system where, we passed the Parity Act years ago, and yet, still, you're still paying more, or often don't have access to mental health services as you do physical health services. So there's a lot to clean up there, but I also believe there's a lot of opportunity there for companies to come in, again, innovate in a space that I'm going to guess, 60%, 70% of Americans alone could use. So again, I think we could probably shine that innovation light on that area and make some great progress.
Well, as a psychiatrist by background and training, you are definitely speaking my language. Yeah. And you're exactly right. 40 years ago, when I saw kind of an uptick in attention and activity and promise that we were going to evolve a healthcare system that includes mental health at parity, and also evolves the science so that there's a variety of help for people across the spectrum of need. And it's been disappointing to see that progress slow, but also encouraging. I go back to the COVID moment where the contribution of mental health services to improve outcomes for patients who were either dealing with family issues, economic issues, and other social issues as a result of the COVID pandemic, or individuals who were affected specifically during that time.
Especially young individuals too.
Exactly, whose lives were upended in a way that in my generation had not experienced. So I think our attention is turned again, and we have much in hand from a scientific standpoint. If we can apply ourselves, I think we have at least a road ahead. I don't think it's smooth, but I think there's a road.
Frida, let me ask you, what as a former psychiatrist, what do you think of the increase in services? Will tech fill this gap in terms of mental health care apps and providing access to young people through even the mobile phone to help mental health professionals?
You know, if you had asked me this 20 years ago, I would have frowned. I would have given you a little bit of a frowny face because I thought of technology as depersonalizing, not personalizing. But I think with the progress in both the technology itself and the way in which we think about using it, imagine the gaps that can be filled for someone that's in a rural environment and can't get in to do a face-to-face. What about wearables that with the right data picture can help you predict what patients might be beginning to fail or become more ill. So I think technology can play a unique and very important role in closing the gap.
Well, that goes into my next question. Last time I spoke with Michael, talking about technology and innovation, we mentioned AI, and the exact word he used was yikes. So I would love to get a reminder of why AI warranted that type of response. I mean, we talked about Star Wars before, maybe a little 2001 Space Odyssey. Now,
yeah, I think it speaks for itself, Tony. Yikes in that, wow, what amazing opportunity. And yet, like many things, when something's new, as we talked about, sort of the innovator's burden, are we ready for it? Are we ready for, is there a clear guidance from industry? Is there clear guidance from the FDA? Are physicians ready to be assisted by AI? Will patients understand what we're saying? I mean, we have the potential here, maybe, of having early diagnosis. That's not something, generally speaking, that's not something we normally do, in a lot of disease states. So yikes in that, wow, what an opportunity, but there's a lot of work that has to get done to validate it, to make sure, that someone who claims to have a new AI algorithm, it has to work, because now we're relying heavily on it. So I think there's that. I also think the idea of AI in terms of health information is somewhat unproven at this point. People are going to start using, AI to talk about to ask questions about their health, to learn. Again, that's generally a great thing, except is it accurate? Can we rely on that information? How is that validated? So I think nothing but opportunity, but there's still a lot of work to be done for the validity and the credibility.
Frida, final thoughts?
Someone asked me the other day, they couldn't remember what the A stood for and thought maybe it was actual intelligence, not artificial intelligence. But I agree with Michael again, that it's a double-edged sword, right? As most new technology and information is. So carefully ensuring that we're using it wisely and safely, and that we validated it as it will intentionally be able to support and help people. We want to be sure that it doesn't unintentionally harm. I'm especially excited about it, though, as it relates to developing new therapeutics, because one of my areas of passion is purposing or repurposing medicines that may be deprioritized or not continuing on in development. And many of them show great promise. We just have to figure out what promise. And I think that AI is going to help say, well, this drug over here for disease area A may actually have an effect over here. And instead of a decade of an individual investigator kind of thinking through that, we might be able to make some of those connections and then test and validate that more quickly, and thereby moving new treatments to patients faster. So I think there's certain areas that I'm like, yeah, let's go. And there are other areas like Michael that I'm saying, okay, maybe we should check this out a little bit.
Yeah. Well, thank you both for joining us today. This was a great conversation. I hope to have you back on the next healthcare summit. But in the meantime, continue doing great work, and I hope to follow up soon.
Looking forward to it.
Thank you, Tony.
Thank you, Michael. Take care. All right. Thank you so much for joining us for the Benzinga Virtual Healthcare Summit. We're going to move right along to our next session. Please welcome. Let's see.
I got you. So this is where I give you a break.
Saved me right away.
This is where I gave you a break, man. You've been carrying the stream, and I really do appreciate you. I mean, you know, there's a few things I'm a little bit jealous of. I definitely wish I had the intellect that Michael and Frida had, but also Frida's fashion sense. I mean, those glasses, the pearls, a little bit jealous of their insights on that. But tell you what, man, I'm going to take it from here and give you a break, and we'll catch up with you here shortly.
Thank you. And thank you for saving me just then, because I have no idea who's next.
Well, I will go ahead and tell you, it's going to be my man, David Song, who is the investment partner and head of life sciences of Thema ETFs. Let's get Tony out. Let's get David back in. David, how's it going?
Hi, thanks for having me on the show and the summit. Really pleased to be here.
Absolutely, man. You know, there's so many things to cover. And the reason I love talking ETFs is because you kind of get a little bit of taste of everything, right? So I'm really excited to kind of talk to you. And let's kind of dive right into what is it that your, company does, and then we'll get into the nitty gritty under the hood.
Sure, absolutely. And it was a great segment prior on mental health, neuroscience there. So at Thema, we take an institutional grade approach in ETFs. We actively manage portfolios in our ETFs. We take a basically institutional grade approach on fundamental research and risk management, and operate that on some of the most compelling themes, for example, in healthcare. And as we mentioned before, the output are things like just an actively managed fund in areas like cardiovascular metabolic disease. That area, in our view, represents an excellent long-term investment opportunity with broad scale implications.
Now, there's so many things with ETF. One of the reasons, like I mentioned, is because you diversify. I feel like you especially need that in the healthcare sector as well. So what's your approach, right? In terms of Thema's approach to investments that differ from the traditional investment strategies in terms of picking stocks, and more so, how does it align with the healthcare industry's outlook, especially in 2024?
Absolutely. So we do examine many of the technologies and unmet needs within healthcare, and we identify long-term investment trends that we feel are compelling, and then thereby set out to construct bottom-up, company by company, a portfolio that's involved in that investment theme, whether it's cardiovascular disease, neuroscience, or oncology. And then from that, we construct from a bottom-up approach, a portfolio. We actively manage our investments with criteria that include things like business model strength, valuation, and products that transform healthcare. And many times our portfolios are somewhat different than some of our peers in biotech or some of the large diversified healthcare funds as a result of our focus in particular themes.
whenever you're trying to, you have your speculative, I'm from like the crypto and the stocks world, right? So you have your speculative stuff in terms of the crypto, then you've got your blue chips, but then you've also kind of got your small cap and mid cap. To me, when I'm looking at those companies fundamentally, I have to look at them a little bit different because a track record in the past has been different that kind of may dictate what the future would look like in terms of volatility. When you're looking at healthcare, do you kind of have a similar scope as well, especially when it comes to innovative therapies versus the technology side and anything else that you might be looking at?
Well, absolutely. Our quote unquote North Star is to find products that address unmet needs, but really transform those areas. Those are very important. It's easier said than done. And to your point on different types of companies that exist or different type of assets, we do try to construct a portfolio that sort of takes a long-term approach and we hope to generate good investment returns over a business cycle. And so we look at the small speculative companies that are pre-revenue that could have breakthrough clinical data. We look at companies that are on the scope of profitability that are generating revenues in a particular drug very quickly, and we try not to overpay for that. And we also have more defensive companies to balance out our portfolio that are very large established players with excellent R&D operations.
Then when we move on to the ETF side, right? So we talked about individual stocks and your different strategy with different lenses based on what type of company they are in terms of therapies, technology, innovative side of things. Theriva also offers a cardiovascular and metabolic ETF. I believe the ticker is HRTS. Tell us about this ETF and the investment opportunity it provides to people at home.
Well, no doubt, it's a very exciting time to follow developments in a number of areas in cardiovascular metabolic diseases. I mean, obviously, obesity is on the cusp of a revolution in therapeutics with the onset of incretin-based therapies. And we just note that the unmet need expands beyond in the U.S. In the U.S., of course, 50% plus overweight, obese population, but look globally. And so heart disease itself is an area of focus in our ETF HRTS, which is, still the most common cause of death. That place itself is witnessing, beyond obesity therapeutics, we're seeing a renaissance of therapies driven by many, many years of improvements in our insights in biology, particularly genetic insights, as well as tools like gene sequencing. And our view is that in aggregate, it's a good time to invest. In aggregate, if you look at the healthcare sector, it's actually trading at reasonable valuations at still, I think, roughly an 8% discount. If you look at the S&P healthcare sector versus the S&P multiple, roughly an 8% discount. Yeah. So a long-term investor can participate in this burgeoning area of medicine through HRTS.
And then when we've been talking about innovation, so let's talk about trends in the healthcare space, some that I know you're taking advantage of in the ETFs that we just talked about. So what are some of the trends and innovations that you're seeing in the healthcare space, particularly that are interesting and exciting to you, not just for 2024, but also taking a little bit longer than that as well?
For sure. It's a long-term opportunity in the entire space writ large. Of course, GLP-1s and many different approaches in obesity are represented in our fund, but we also have to mention other important facets that are features in our funds, like genetic medicines that go after large and small devastating heart conditions. So, to that point, we're witnessing an acceleration in drug discovery enabled by better tools in these areas. No doubt, AI, which affects many different other industries, will be the same with drug discovery. And then finally, let's not forget that structurally, a lot of these large pharma companies out there have very good balance sheets, generate a lot of cash flow, but have looming patent issues, several tens of billions of dollars of revenues at risk throughout this decade. And so that will enable a robust M&A environment in areas like cardiovascular disease, but also areas in things like neuroscience too. So it applies to other verticals within healthcare.
And then the last one for me, you have so much is going on in the healthcare world. how are y'all staying on top and informed about the trends that are going on, the developments as well, especially because it could have meaningful impact on the positive side in terms of ROI?
Yes, the whole goal of finding those transformative therapies in unmet needs and do it in a manner that's underappreciated is basically the goal of any investor, right? It's easier said than done. We try, we do attend medical conferences. We for sure try to be on top of advances in medical literature. We have direct interactions with a number of leading academic institutions to gain an edge. And, like others, we follow interesting public, but also private companies out there. And we speak to experts in the field.
Well, hey, I'm happy to speak to you here today. Thank you so much for joining me. I love talking ETFs. Like I say, we've heard of diversification ever since I was little. You don't want to put all your eggs in one basket and all that good stuff. So I appreciate you for joining us here today.
Thanks so much. Really appreciate being on.
Absolutely. That is David Song, investment partner and head of life sciences. You've heard Tony talk. You've heard me talk. Now we're going to go ahead and bring on my man, Aaron Bree, as he's going to go ahead and guide us to the next interview. Aaron, what's going on?
What up, Zunaid? How you doing today, man?
I am doing well. Hope you are as the weather's nice outside. I like it. I'm excited to see what the draft is out there. You already see the signature. But I know you've got some good conversations coming up with Lori from Autonomics. So I'll go ahead and take it off, and it's all you, buddy.
Yeah, thank you, Zunaid. We will we'll keep it ticking along here. Thank you to everyone so far who has tuned in to our healthcare summit today here on Benzinga. You've heard from a lot of great companies so far. We've got another one coming up. We're going to be talking to Lori Bassan, the CEO of Autonomics. Without further ado, let's welcome Lori on the program. Hi, Lori. How are you doing today?
Hi, Aaron. I'm doing great. How are you?
Good. We're lucky to have you. Thank you for joining. Let's hop into it. Can you provide an overview of Autonomics and your innovative product?
Sure. I'd love to do that. Our nervous system is responsible for, or at least involved, in every major bodily function. And dysfunction in the nervous system can drive disease, disorders, and pain. But in spite of this, physicians don't currently have the tools to sense and treat our nervous system, because nerves aren't visible with the tools we have today, like x-rays or MRIs or even the highest end sensing technologies out there. Autonomics is developing a first-in-class catheter-based microchip-enabled sensing array that can detect and differentiate nerve signals. And we can do what no other technology is capable of today because our design provides for 3,000 times greater sensitivity than the closest technology out there. The key in our technology is that we've moved the processing of the signal right next to the source of the signal with our proprietary 1x2 millimeter microchip. And we believe that our technology is going to enable doctors to sense an individual nerve bundle, treat that target, and then verify treatment.
Wow. What is your development strategy for this?
Yeah, well, our development strategy is really built on the principle that you move towards an FDA clearance as expediently as is prudent, and then you leverage that clearance to move into other indications. And that's a large part of why we're starting with pancreatic cancer pain as our first indication. There's really significant unmet need for patients in this population. And so the FDA considers that in their request for clinical trial data and in how they will move our application through the agency. So that impacts the time and the cost required to build out the clinical support for our first submission.
Got it. So, I mean, we're talking about the nervous system here, impacts a lot of things. Beyond pancreatic cancer pain, what other applications can you apply to your technology?
So pancreatic cancer in and of itself is a $2.2 billion market. And if we're successful in demonstrating efficacy against pancreatic cancer pain through our initial clinical studies, we believe it's going to be a fairly straightforward leap to the pancreatitis market and other cancer tumor-related pain. And the pain management market is a huge $75 billion market in total. And we also already know that transvascular ablation has shown efficacy in hypertension therapy, with recent approvals by the Medtronic and ReCore companies and their technologies towards that indication. We think being able to provide physicians with visibility of the nerves in the renal artery that are being targeted could make this therapy safer, faster, and more effective. And that would open the door for us to the $23 billion hypertension therapy market. We also see potential in the COPD market through denervation of bronchial nerves, as well as in the cardiac market in patients that currently have untreatable pain from previous cardiac events.
I mean, yeah, it sounds like, when you're talking about heart problems, lung problems, there's a lot of addressable markets there, huge market opportunity. Lori, will you be following the Soliton playbook for an exit?
Yeah, for the folks watching that aren't familiar with Soliton, let me give a little background. So Soliton developed a medical device used to treat cellulite that was branded Resonic. We had the most successful pre-commercial deal ever done in the aesthetic device space. We sold Soliton to AbbVie for almost $600 million in an all-cash deal. Now that exit was a huge win for our shareholders at Soliton. And many of the team members from that company are involved here at Autonomics. So we certainly plan to lean in to what worked well at Soliton here at Autonomics. For example, we intend to build Autonomics to be fully capable of commercializing this technology on our own. But along the way, we'll keep dialogue moving with potential acquirers that may have an interest in this technology ahead of our commercial launch. In fact, we're already having interaction with potential acquirers. We think it's really important to build relationship early with biz dev teams and key decision makers so that they have a chance to watch us achieve what we promise vis-a-vis hitting our public milestones. That simply builds credibility that I believe really matters when you're finally at the bargaining table. But also, and almost more importantly, we gain key insights into what's driving their decision making, what we need to demonstrate to them, what risks they need to see crossed off before they're willing to take action.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's helpful to have, team members, like you said, that have been through this process before. Obviously, then you're familiar with how it works. You know the people over at AbbVie, and I'm sure other big companies like that, which, all good things. And I don't want to speculate too much or put words in your mouth, but I mean, it sounds like, the Soliton, for cellulite, and that was $600 million. It sounds like what you guys are doing at Autonomics is an even bigger market, even bigger potential there. So certainly some exciting things down the road. What is next for Autonomics? What can investors expect to see out of the company over the next 12 months?
Well, I think the most exciting thing to be watching us for over at Autonomics is our first-in-man proof of concept study in pancreatic cancer pain. If we can demonstrate that our approach to mitigating pancreatic cancer pain is effective, we will have validated our plan and significantly de-risked it. And we've already begun treating the first patients. In fact, we've seen the safe completion of the first 3 patient procedures. It's exciting because this is the very first time this procedure's ever been done in humans. And we're really looking forward to see and follow the impact we're having on these patients' pain levels. And then I think after that, you can watch us in a regulatory fashion. So we're going to use the results from this clinical study and previously executed preclinical studies to apply for breakthrough status with the FDA. And if we're successful in that application, it's going to further de-risk our regulatory path, and it could be impactful to perceived company value. I think you'll also see us make significant progress on the development of our technology, getting both our sensing catheter and our ablation technology to the design freeze stage and preparing to start the verification and validation testing required to put that technology into human clinical trials in 2025.
Wow, yeah, it sounds like you guys have a lot of exciting things down the road. We're excited here at Benzinga to continue to follow the story of Autonomics. Lori, thank you so much for joining us on our healthcare summit today. Anything else you want to leave us with?
No, if people are interested in following what we're doing, just go jump on our website at autonomics.com. You can sign up to get updates right in your inbox. So.
Beautiful. Well, enjoy the rest of your Wednesday. Thank you again for joining us. Hope we get to catch up. Anytime you guys have exciting news or new developments and you want to come on our shows and talk about it, would love to have you.
Awesome. Thank you, Aaron. Have a great day.
You do the same, Lori. All right, guys, that was Lori Bassan, again, CEO of Autonomics. You guys can go check it out at the website, like she mentioned, autonomics.com. We're going to go ahead and kick it back to my man, Zunaid. Just a quick note, due to some time constraints, we did have a few pre-recorded interviews. So just be mindful of that. If you're in the chat, leaving comments and stuff, some of this content, most of it is live. I'm live right now. Some of it is not. This one that we're going to is not. So just be aware of that. But yeah, let's kick it over.
So we're going to continue the great conversations here. I would like to welcome Dr. Stephen QUAY, who is the president and CEO of Atossa Therapeutics. Ticker on the NASDAQ is ATOS. It's a clinical stage biotech that's developing novel therapies in oncology with a focus on breast cancer. Dr. QUAY, welcome to the show.
Thanks, Nate. It's great to be here.
Absolutely, and I appreciate you for joining us. Give it a quick little one sentence on what your company does, but if you could provide maybe 30 seconds of insight on what it is that you guys do.
Sure. Okay. So we are focused on all aspects of breast cancer. That would be prevention, preventing women from getting early treatment called neoadjuvant, and then adjuvant treatment. But I think we're going to go into some nuances of additional things that we're expanding in this year. So I'm excited to talk to you.
Absolutely. So let's go ahead and kind of dive in a little bit deeper into what is it with the MOA and the competitive characteristics that helps things out here.
Yeah. So the drug that I invented and that we have patents on, and that is the core of Atossa Therapeutics now, is called endoxifen. And in chemistry, there's two forms. They're isomers of each other. They twist around a double bond. There's a Z and there's an E, and the Z is active, the E is not. So endoxifen is a triple threat, a trifecta in breast cancer. What do I mean by that? Well, it does a reversible binding on the estrogen receptor. So it just sits on the receptor, doesn't do chemistry on the receptor, but blocks estrogen from going on the receptor. And that has a lot of downstream effects we'll talk about later. That process of sitting on the receptor signals to the cell, I'm going to degrade that receptor. So it's called a degrading process, and that's irreversible. You take the protein away completely. So it's not just blocking it. Those are two of its three effects. The third effect is in a completely separate pathway in the cell. It's called the protein kinase C beta pathway. This is a process in the cells where they basically do programmed death. They commit suicide. Fancy name for it is apoptosis. But endoxifen triggers programmed cell death in cancer cells. And that's really important because many of the other anti-estrogen drugs actually don't kill the tumors. They stop them from growing. So 10 years, 15 years later, when the drug is no longer there, the tumor pops back. We're hoping through our trials, and it looks like in the laboratory, that endoxifen actually just kills the cells, and once it's dead, it's dead.
I love the way you explain that. I feel like I could read a story on a children's book, the way that you really broke that down for me. So I really appreciate it. You mentioned the trials there, so I want to kind of go into it because I believe you have 4 ongoing phase 2 trials, 2 of them in the prevention setting and 2 in the treatment side of things as well. Can you tell me a little bit about each, including any milestones that we can expect in terms of data?
Sure. And look at, I mean, Atossa is about 10 years old. There's a little bit of history I want to get into because it's important for this part of the conversation.
Sure.
So Princess Atossa, let's go to your history class, was the wife of Darius the Great, who had the largest empire before the Roman Empire in the Middle East. And she is the first woman in recorded history with breast cancer. She had a court physician, of course, who recorded all of this. So she was cauterized with a hot poker. It didn't do very well. But I started Atossa Therapeutics 10 years ago with a very simple intent in mind. Why isn't there a pap smear for breast cancer? And why doesn't that then lead to a 90% reduction in breast cancer? Because that's what the pap smear does. It doesn't really find cancer. It finds the women who are on that 10-year march to get to cancer. Yeah. So this was started as a prevention company. And it's really amazing now. This is the year where we'll see the fruits of that labor, of that effort. So in order to prevent breast cancer, what you need to do is intervene in the 10-year process that happens between a normal cell and a cancerous cells. And when 10 years ago, when my now high school daughter was in elementary school, I could teach her what those 4 steps were. So there were normal cells, and then there were too many normal cells, and the doctors call that hyperplasia. and then there are too many normal cells and they look funny. And it's quite amazing that even a 7-year-old can say, those don't look right. Those look very orderly. That looks like a neat neighborhood. Those are messy. And then finally, you can't tell up from down. It's like being in the middle of a wave for a surfer. And those are the 10-year process. And if you can intervene in those, they're all reversible. Once you get to cancer, you either kill it or it kills you.
Yeah.
So what we have is we have two ways of finding women that are along that 10-year path. One is when they do a biopsy, we put it under the microscope and we see something called DCIS, which is that last phase where you're in the wave and you don't know up from down. And when you look under the microscope, the cells, there's a basement membrane where the cells have to go to get into the body to really do harm. And you can't tell up from down on the basement membrane. So we are taking women with a biopsy proven DCIS in a study in San Francisco, the I-SPY trial, treating them with endoxifen because we believe it'll kill that precursor to cancer, and they'll never have to have problematic surgery. DCIS is about 65,000 women a year in the U.S. It's probably overtreated. Some very famous doctors like Dr. Laura Esserman, Time Magazine's top 100 women for 2016, says we're overtreating DCIS, which means we're doing too much surgery, too much radiation, too much chemotherapy for it.
Yeah.
So she is sponsoring the trial, and we're really excited about that aspect. So how else can you find women who are going to get breast cancer but don't have it now?
Yeah.
The mammogram that you do to look for cancers also has a background density or whiteness. And so the whiter the background, the more dense the breast is on mammography, the more likely a woman is to have breast cancer. And it's actually 500 to 600%, 700% more likely. Like the genes that Angelina Jolie had when she had a bilateral mastectomy. She had a genetic predisposition, but density is along that lines. So the Charisma trial in Stockholm, Sweden, is giving women either a sugar pill or a placebo, or I misspoke, a placebo sugar pill or endoxifen for 6 months to look at the change in density to see that it's durable, because we know if you can reduce density, you can prevent downstream cancers. So those are the two in the prevention. Now let's go to treatment.
Yeah.
A woman either feels a lump, sees something on mammography, and then there's a biopsy, and that's day 0 of her path, of her treatment path. Between that point and the time she has definitive surgery, definitive radiation treatment, and/or begins chemo is called the neoadjuvant phase. It's also called the window of opportunity because it's a space where you can test drugs, and you have a biopsy where you have something under the microscope. You have tissue from surgery where you have something in the microscope. So you can do a lot of biology and science in that 3-week to 2-month period of time when she's not, waiting for her surgery. So these are in the neoadjuvant space. They are women. The one at the Mayo Clinic, the Evangeline trial, is in women who are only premenopausal. The one at San Francisco is both pre and postmenopausal women. So that's like 50 to 53 is the transition between the two of them. So the challenge with premenopausal women when you try to give them hormone therapy for a hormone-dependent cancer is they have ovaries, they have functional ovaries, and the ovaries say, chemically, I don't know what's going on, but something's blocking the estrogen in the body. So they pump estrogen out. So you're putting in an estrogen blockers, the ovaries try to overcome that. And so there's another set of drugs that normally need to be used called ovarian function suppression, which is a really harsh treatment. It's basically, taking a 40-year-old woman and making her menopausal. So our hypothesis is that endoxifen is so strong that it can actually obviate the need for that ovarian suppression in the premenopausal women. The same trial that's being done in San Francisco in the I-SPY network again is both pre and post menopausal women. So we'll be looking at both of those. So those are the 4 trials: 2 in prevention, 2 in this neoadjuvant space, and the beauty for investors as well as for scientists, for physicians, is you get a readout on a neoadjuvant trial in 6 to 8 months. So you really can see a lot of the efficacy of the drug. You get a very good picture of its safety profile.
No, I appreciate the breakdown on both of those on each side. Now, are there any upcoming milestones that we can expect in terms of data that you're allowed to speak of? I know you're publicly traded, so you have to be careful of that, but anything that you're allowed to talk to about in terms of our viewers?
Sure. So let's talk about the Charisma trial, which is in women at high risk of breast cancer because they have a mammogram. And it's a 6-week trial on drug and then a readout. Mammograms at time 0, 3 months, and 6 months. So you'll get that, and then we'll get the safety data. So we announced that the last woman began the 6-month journey of treatment in December. So that means All the women will be done in June.
Got
We
it.
will do what's called lock the database, which is actually a very complicated process where you go in and you scrub it and you make sure of it, because when you push the button that it's locked, you can never go in and change anything again. It's part of good clinical practice. So we'll be locking it down from June to July to August, and we'll be reporting out data in the first part of next year. We also have the Evangeline trial, which is the neoadjuvant trial at the Mayo Clinic in premenopausal women. And we were very fortunate to have it accepted for an ACCR meeting in San Diego the first week of April. The data is embargoed, so what we can tell you based on a press release very recently is here's the title, here's the meeting we're going to be at, and I'm very excited about. We'll be there in person. We'll be talking to media and other people about the results of that trial.
I appreciate the insights because I think it's so important for viewers to kind of know, hey, here's what you're doing, but when can we kind of see the results of your hard work paying off? And that way they have an idea. So I appreciate you providing some insights on the timeline there. Let's talk about large cap pharma companies, mainly in terms of, do you have any potential partnerships that you're able to speak to us about?
Yeah. So look, this is not my first rodeo. I've started 7 companies. I've invented 7 drugs that are FDA approved, but endoxifen will be the largest drug. I invented the gadolinium that's used in MRI, and it's been used about 60 million times. But this will be more important. I think it's a capstone to my career here. But the key to, and so all of the drugs that I invented and took through the clinical trials were all in the market with another company, by a big company. So
Yeah.
what I've learned and other people have learned, and we've gotten there's 3 things you need to do the right deal for an Atossa with a big pharma company. One is good phase 2 data. Number 2, interestingly, is an agreement with the FDA on what the phase 3 program looks like. A well done phase 2 tests all of the possible endpoints, all of the possible safety parameters. You work out the validation of all of those endpoints. So when you write a protocol for the phase 3 that's now probably 10 times bigger, 10 times more expensive, you have all the bells and whistles in the protocol that will get you the indication, that shows up on TV and the advertising, that shows up in the doctor's offices with the package insert, as it's called, the official marketing document there.
Yeah.
And Big Pharma really appreciates the FDA having vetted the protocol for phase 3 and then vetted the indication, because they can take that to their marketing people and they can say, well, if you can say this about the drug, what is the size of the market for that? That's 2.
Right.
And the third is, of course, patents. And I have 90 U.S. patents. I've won 5 litigations for people who tried to just steal my stuff, and they didn't go well for them. So I have a very strong patent perspective on things, and so we have right now 3 issued patents, and we have another 15 in the pipeline there. So those are the 3 things that are coming together this year: phase 2 data, phase 3 protocol, and FDA agreement on the phase 3 design, and continued strong patent protection.
While we were preparing for this interview, there was the research that we were doing, and I saw something that you said at this tech talk. So I want to show that here real quick.
I have a different vision. I don't want better cancer treatment. I want to prevent breast cancer. I want a future where breast cancer doesn't exist.
Now, what I found interesting on that I had to ask you about is, where is the science of not just breast cancer, but also endoxifen leading you not just this year, but also beyond?
Yeah, that's a really important question, because unfortunately, treatment of breast cancer is more complex than we've just talked about previously. But so, starting with a framework, now Atossa has focused on monotherapy in breast cancer with endoxifen. But we know that breast cancer is complex enough that you need to combine it with other drugs. And there's 2 really important classes of drugs that are in silico, using artificial intelligence work has shown, are going to be really impactful. So we're going to try to be in the clinic this year with combinations of endoxifen plus class A, endoxifen plus class B, in breast cancer patients. And for these patients, that additional combination where 1 plus 1 is 3 or 4 is going to be really important. And then the other dimension is the artificial intelligence has actually taught us that among cancers that are driven by both an estrogen and driven by PKC beta, that other target of endoxifen. Guess what? Breast cancer is the number 4 cancer with respect to being hit by those two pathways. So there's 4 other cancers, 1, 2, 3, and 5, that we're going to look at to say, why aren't we using endoxifen in these trials? When that happens, what you do is you do what's called a basket trial. So you put patients with, they could have anyone, they could have a glioblastoma or lung cancer or melanoma or whatever. But if they have this particular mutation in PKC beta upregulation, you put them in the basket and then you treat them with endoxifen. So it's kind of a 3-dimensional picture, but monotherapy in the past and this year, combination therapy in breast cancer, and then in the 3rd dimension, treatments of other cancers. So both from a development point of view and from a readout data point of view and from our cash position and from fundamental science, this is a great year for Atossa.
I mean, I love the passion that you have for this stuff. And of course, doing all of these things isn't cheap. And you mentioned cash during your final sentence. So let's go there, because cash balance is important when you're doing such great things, because it isn't cheap to do so. What would you say is your cash position and your runway?
Right. So public company, this is what, we're in March. And so that means we're very soon going to be giving you our 10K for the calendar year 2023, because we're an end of the year company.
Right.
So we're close to reporting, but I can't. So all I can give you is a September number. But end of September, we had $94 million on our balance sheet. And we've now got an approved board budget for 2023. And again, I've done this for a long time. So the board approves a 1-year budget, which is a line item budget that's very, very detailed. And then the next 2 years beyond that are more projections, but nonetheless it's a 3-year window that moves every year.
Yeah.
So I can say with strong confidence that we have over 3 years of runway, which means to say that we can get all the data we need this year. We can go into next year with the cash we have, and with the expected milestones and the achievement of the endpoints there, be in a very good position. Again, I've done a lot of deals with big pharma, and as much as I think that they focus on the science of my inventions, they're also looking at my balance sheet. And so to get the best deal for my shareholders, I have to have a strong balance sheet and a good product.
There's a couple of things I just want to wrap it up. One, I wish you were my chemistry biology teacher, because I definitely would have passed the way you've kind of broken things down. So I really do appreciate you explaining it to me the way that I would go ahead and understand this. And I've seen, Atossa Therapeutics in the news before, and kind of with the stock movements and things like that. So just to talk to you has been an awesome experience. So I want to thank you so much for joining us here today.
Thank you very much, and have a good day.
Absolutely, you as well. And that is Dr. Stephen QUAY, who is the president and CEO of Atossa Therapeutics. Thank you for watching this interview. All right, we're going to go ahead and keep things moving along. Want to thank Stephen for that interview. And now we're going to go ahead to my man, Aaron Bree, who earlier caught up with the CEO of BioHarvest Sciences.
To everyone so far who has tuned into our virtual healthcare summit. We've been talking to a lot of exciting companies today, and we've got another one coming up right now. We've got BioHarvest Sciences hanging out backstage with us, CEO Ilan Sobel. Without further ado, let's go ahead and bring Ilan on the show. All right, Ilan, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. It's a pleasure to be on the show, Aaron. Thank you.
Well, it's a pleasure to have you. So before we get into it, do you want to give us just a brief overview of what BioHarvest Sciences is and what you guys are doing?
Yeah, I'll try and make it nice and tight. At the core, Aaron, we are a biotech company. Our core capabilities are in R&D and manufacturing. And we have this unique ability to take the plant once, just once. We take cells from the plant, and by taking these cells from the plant, we're able to ensure that we are able to grow the exact same phytomedicinal compounds from the plant in our cells by literally mirroring the phytomedicinal compounds from the plant. We also magnify the levels of specific targeted molecules. And then we take these cells and we grow them in massive industrial scale bioreactors. So we're really doing 3 things. We're mirroring the phytomedicinal compounds that are found in the plant by getting our cells to grow these compounds in a non-GMO way. We magnify the levels of critical phytomedicinal compounds, and we then literally multiply the cells and get them to grow in massive industrial scale bioreactors. And at the end of the day, we're producing unique plant molecules, either simple molecules or complex molecules with a level of solubility and bioavailability and efficacy the world has not seen before, specifically given the fact that we can grow these critical phytomedicinal molecules consistently, reliably, with economic efficiency, and with patentability. So at the end of the day, we're now availing literally hundreds of thousands of plants and their molecules. We're now bringing these plant molecules to the pharmaceutical industry, nutraceutical, cosmeceutical, and premium nutrition industries.
Wow, that's incredible technology there. Sounds very exciting what you guys are doing. Ilan, you have a career of growing disruptive brands into new markets, leading Coca-Cola Asia and many other emerging markets in the Southeast. Tell us what drew you to the BioHarvest science story.
Well, Aaron, it's actually interesting. I came to BioHarvest initially as an investor, like many of the people watching this show. Yeah. And when I came to the company, I was just blown away by what I saw was a gold mine of R&D. And when I went deep as part of my own due diligence, and I've done enough due diligences in my life with major Chinese companies from my previous experience, I was just blown away by the rigor, by the quality of the IP, by the quality of the clinical trials, by the scalability of the technology, by the quality of the people, of the senior leadership team. And that's what attracted me. And I really felt like here was a company that had a capability and R&D, a deep R&D knowledge that could literally change the world. And at the time, I wanted to be part of it as an investor. And I was really fortunate that I drove them so crazy during the due diligence process that the CEO at the time, who's now the chairman of the company and an amazing partner, asked me to come on board and to take the role of being the CEO, to be able to operationalize this technology and bring what we call our botanical synthesis technology, because that's what we call this amazing technology, botanical synthesis, and to bring botanical synthesis technology to the entire world. And this really is the charge that we've been leading over the last 4 years. And we've just now started to kind of avail that technology outside of not just our products, direct-to-consumer products business, but with the launch of a new CDMO services business that we've recently launched in the marketplace.
Wow. Yeah. That's an incredible story, coming in first as an investor. And a lot of times you see investors come in, and when they disrupt things like that, they don't really have a great relationship with the existing board. So I'm glad to hear that you and the former CEO, who's now the chairman, are still working together and good partners. I love that. I know you mentioned it, the botanical synthesis process. It is said to be a generational opportunity. Can you elaborate on the specific disruptive potential of this technology compared to existing methods for developing pharmaceuticals and nutraceuticals?
Yeah, look, it's generational. Because ultimately what we're now able to do is we're able to access the phytomedicinal compounds of hundreds of thousands of plants out there. If you go back, Aaron, in history, the pharmaceutical companies, they all started with the plants. And some of the first major, therapeutic solutions came from plants. But then it got too difficult. It got too difficult because you had some major barriers. You had major barriers, for example, consistency. Plants are growing in an ecosystem, and you can't manage the consistency based on rainfall, based on sunlight. You had major challenges in many cases of economic viability because the phytomedicinal compounds are often found in such small levels in the plant that when you're using extraction, it's just too difficult. And then specifically for pharmaceutical companies, it was the challenge of patentability. You couldn't patent nature. So with our botanical synthesis technology, obviously, we utilize the plant once. We never have to go back to the plant once we've created our cell banks. And with these cell banks and how we are able to grow these cells and get them to elicit the phytomedicinal molecules in massive industrial scale bioreactors. And I'm talking about massive. We're talking about thousands of liters bioreactors.
Wow.
We're able to grow these molecules basically with consistency because we control all the parameters like the light, the nutrition, all the key factors we're able to control. We have unique, obviously, reliability. From an economics perspective, our cost of molecule is much lower than existing molecules in utilizing chemical synthesis with simple molecules or biologics, significantly lower costs. And our speed to molecule, call it speed to actually producing the molecule, is much faster. So, and importantly, from a safety perspective, because we're dealing with, plants, and human beings have been living with plants, for thousands of years, you have a much better safety opportunities as it relates to these molecules. You're not dealing with the same levels of on-target or off-target toxicity levels like you deal with chemical synthesis. And then with biologics, you're dealing with immunogenicity challenges. And we don't have those kind of challenges, just given, the fact that we've been living with plants and eating plants for, thousands of years. So this really is now the opportunity that we're now availing to pharmaceutical companies out there, to major cosmetic companies out there, because in the cosmetics world, consumers are walking so quickly away from chemically synthesized molecules. Right. You don't want to put that on your face, all the way through to obviously nutraceuticals, which is all about looking at preventative medicine as well. And then, you have this major opportunity in I call it premium nutrition world, where there's a lot of players in let's call it the better for you food space that are looking for unique molecules to fortify and add value to their products. So our technology has the ability to play across each of these deep verticals. And importantly, the molecules that we're producing, have the ability to be produced with unique consistency, reliability, economic efficiency, and then obviously safety is king, specifically, as dealing with the pharmaceutical side all the way through to the food chain.
100%. Well, Elon, with a significant portion of VINIA sales coming from subscriptions, what strategies do you employ to enhance customer retention and grow the subscriber base? Does the company have the capacity to ramp with the forecasted demand that you've laid out?
So just to help the viewers understand this in a more contextual side, our botanical synthesis technology that we've now spent close to $100 million, and it's important for the viewers to understand, this is 15 years of work. We started building this company in 2007. We've literally built year by year, building the capabilities. That's why our IP portfolio, not just the patents that we have, and we have multiple patents, process, utility, and composition, but specifically deep know-how. And I really understand know-how from having worked for 18 years as a senior executive in the Coke company. We have deep know-how, deep secrets on how we do basically our botanical synthesis, a number of elements in our botanical synthesis process. Now, this botanical synthesis process technology feeds two business units. We have the products business unit, and then now a CDMO services business unit. And yes, Aaron, in the products business unit, we launched our VINIA product in the marketplace initially in Israel, and then started to scale in the big US of A. We came to America. I love Eddie Murphy's show, Coming to America. We were out there, literally, bringing the power of our red grape cell molecule, which has been clinically tested in double-blind placebo trials, to be able to significantly increase flow-mediated dilation of arteries, where we increase, obviously, the dilation of arteries, and with more arterial dilation, you have more blood flow. And blood flow is such a critical part of our body's operating mechanism. And with more blood flow, you have more oxygen and more nutrients flowing to the body, tissue, cells, and organs, and the reduction of toxins. So that gives you more physical energy. You have improved mental alertness, reduction of oxidative damage to the cells, as well as maintaining blood pressure within already normal ranges. And since we've launched, we have, between Israel and the US, more than 50,000 active customers. And yes, it's a unique business because it's a recurring subscription business, and more than 80% of our business is recurring subscription, which really is anchored in the fact that we have a product that delivers. So that's why we've been able to have such a high subscription rate, because ultimately we have such a low churn rate. And when you have low churn, right, then it makes sense to have subscriptions. And literally 95% of our subscriptions are 3-month or more recurring subscriptions.
Wow.
So yeah, so how are we feeding the market? It's been hand to mouth, but we continue to drive more efficiencies out of our 20-ton facility that we have in the Israeli market. And obviously, we're very much focused on making the right investments in assets that can allow us to very, very quickly expand our capacity. and grow that subscription base, because in our world, subscription is king with a very long lifetime value and a low cost of acquisition. That's what's going to ensure that we monetize the technology in our products division. And obviously, we're very focused at getting the company to profitability in the second half of the year at an EBITDA level.
All right, well, with all this positive news and momentum, Ilan, I understand there's some big next steps ahead. BioHarvest Sciences is aiming for an uplisting in the second half of 2024. Can you share more about the strategic importance of this move and how it aligns with your overall growth strategy?
Sure, Aaron. So look, being on a major exchange in the US of A is an important step for the company. It really allows for the participation of a lot of major institutional investors, and that's a big focus for us now. And these institutional investors, they understand the magnitude and gravity of the botanical synthesis technology process, but obviously they're looking to buy shares of companies that have high liquidity and high volume on major exchanges. So that's a very important move for us. Also, I started our first roadshow a couple of weeks ago, starting to engage with a number of different analysts, and we've seen a lot of positive feedback from analysts. But similarly, the analysts want to follow you. At least a large proportion of them, they'll only start to really get engaged once they start to see a movement to a major exchange. And then also from a financial, transparency perspective, people want that transparency moving to a major exchange. With all the requirements, you're giving your shareholder partners the critical transparency that they're looking for as they look to invest in a company for the long term. So these are really, really important reasons for us, and it's kind of in line with, as we scale our business, we've got to really, from a customer perspective, whether it's our products division or bringing in new customers into our CDMO services division, we have to scale the ability for shareholders to be able to purchase and be part of this really exciting journey that we're on to really drive a movement of change in the world with our botanical synthesis technology.
Well, yeah, it's exciting news. We will be covering that uplisting here at Benzinga, and I'm looking forward to seeing it. Well, Ilan, wrapping up here, the recent CDMO launched an announcement of 2 signed contracts with Tier 1 partners already is very exciting, offering your patented technology as a service. What kind of opportunity does this present for the company, and what unique advantages does this bring to your clients in the pharmaceutical and nutraceutical industries?
So like I said earlier, if you look at the pharmaceutical world, you've seen pharmaceutical companies, they're really challenged with the next molecule, coming from chemical synthesis. And in the biologics world, the biologics has helped tremendously the pharmaceutical world in the last 15, 20 years, but it's an expensive, process to go through. So now we see pharmaceutical companies, specifically today, when we're looking at so many unmet needs as far as major medical indications are concerned, as well as the world of preventative medicine just lighting up. We see that pharmaceutical companies today are more than ever looking to go back to their origins. That means, Aaron, going back to the plant. And there's no other company in the world that's able to be that critical bridge to the plant with our botanical synthesis technology, where we're able to take the plant once and we're able to grow the same phytomedicinal molecules from the plant in a non-GMO way. We don't in any way change the molecular structure, and we do it with consistency, with economic efficiency, and you're able to patent these unique compositions. Because remember, what we do in our process is we mirror and we magnify. And by mirroring and magnifying, we change the ratios. So it's actually, in a way, we've improved nature. And in this way, we're actually able to drive, patents from a composition perspective. And when you start to point those specific compositions at targeted indications, you then can have utility patents together with the composition patents. So all of a sudden, the pharmaceutical world and the cosmetic world are starting to understand the gravity of the technology and the magnitude of change that we can bring to their innovation pipeline. And that, at the end of the day, allows us to really drive this generational opportunity of actually bringing a movement of change to the world that the world really needs at this time, when we still have so many unsolved indications. We're dealing with massive sustainability challenges, And sustainability for us is at the core of our technology, where we utilize literally a micro fraction of the land, a fraction of the water, and a fraction of the electricity that would be required for, basically to produce similar kind of molecules if you were going to actually try and do it in a regular agricultural way. So we've landed 2 deals already. The CDMO services business has been out there literally only for publicly for now 3 weeks, and prior to this for about 6 weeks we started to engage companies. We have 1 deal with a pharmaceutical company that's NASDAQ listed, and another deal with a major food ingredients company. And the pipeline, Aaron, is super exciting as we're looking to really engage and working closely with moving through our sales pipeline some really major players across these key verticals.
Yeah, lots of exciting news there. After learning more about the science, the technology, the opportunity here for BioHarvest Sciences, I can see, Elon, why you got involved first as an investor and now, of course, as the CEO. Again, guys, Elon Sobel, the CEO of BioHarvest Sciences. Thank you so much for joining us today on Benzinga's Virtual Healthcare Summit.
Thank you for the opportunity. Enjoyed it.
All right. Thank you again to Elon Sobel and the team over there at BioHarvest Sciences. Super exciting what they are doing. Now it's time to get back to it. Let's kick it back to Zunaid.
Thank you so much, Aaron. We're going to keep the party going on here. Next up, we have Ram Mukundan and also Claudia from IGC Pharma. Let's bring them to the stage. Welcome to the show. How's it going?
Pretty good, Zunaid. How are you?
Doing well, Claudia. Hope you're doing well as well.
Yes. Thank you, Zunaid.
We've had so many prep calls. I'm glad that we finally kind of get to really get into the nitty gritty of things and talk to our viewers live. So I'm excited to have both of you. Ram, we'll kind of start off with you. Tell us a little bit about what is it that your company does.
So IGC Pharma has 5 molecules in the Alzheimer's space. That's what we focus on. And as you know, Alzheimer's is a devastating disease that impacts 6.5 million people in the US and close to 50 million people around the world. And what a lot of people don't know is that it actually impacts about 400 million people around the world, given that even in the prodromal and the preclinical stages, some of these symptoms of Alzheimer's can be seen. Alzheimer's is an interesting disease because it has 2 hallmarks. The 2 hallmarks are amyloid plaque that build up in the brain and are deposited between neurons, and tangles which destroy neurons from within. So these start about 20 years before symptoms actually set in. So it's a very long sort of gestation period, and it's a disease that's a devastating disease. That's what we work on mainly.
And now, Claudia, I know you guys had some news that just came out earlier. I'll get to that here in a moment, but I wanted to ask you if you could explain to us in simple terms in terms of how your innovative therapies work to address the neurological disorders such as Alzheimer's that Ram kind of gave us a little bit of insights on.
Well, as Ram mentioned, Zunaid, Alzheimer's produces agitation, right?
Right.
And this is produced, both of the symptoms are produced by inflammation, neuroinflammation specifically. So our medicine, IGC-AD1, for now, works reducing the neuroinflammation.
So as Claudia pointed out, neuropsychiatric symptoms in Alzheimer's is something that impacts between 40 and 80% of Alzheimer's patients. And now what the scientists and doctors are discovering is that neuropsychiatric symptoms actually start very early. Previously, it was thought that once you became serious or severe in Alzheimer's, that's sort of when neuropsychiatric symptoms set in. But now it turns out that it starts earlier. And so our medication, as Claudia pointed out, IGC-AD1, which you're in a phase 2 trial in, is something that is aimed at reducing agitation. And agitation is very important because that is something that separates families. Patients become very difficult to take care of. It impacts people emotionally. It impacts caregivers. And it's a very important neuropsychiatric symptom. Research also shows that agitation accelerates actually the cognitive decline in Alzheimer's. So that's the market sort of that we're going after.
Well, you mentioned the drug itself, so let's kind of go into the press release that I saw earlier. IGC Pharma announces positive interim results for IGC 81 in reducing Alzheimer's agitation. Similar to what you were talking about. Hey, this is where we're kind of going towards. Is there any key points that we need to know from the positive results? I'd love to dive into that. Ram, you can start, and then Claudia, you can follow up.
So Zunaid, we are very excited because let me give you a little history about IGC 81. And I think that's important to sort of put this in perspective.
Please.
The preclinical work on IGC 81 showed that it reduces two of the hallmarks of Alzheimer's, plaques and tangles. So based on, and it also, in Alzheimer's mouse models, it showed that it improved memory. So armed with that, we went into a phase 1 trial looking at the safety profile. And we found that it was safe and tolerable based on the phase 1 results. So if you think about it, this is a drug that could actually help with the disease itself, reducing plaques and tangles. So, but during our phase 1, we also looked at neuropsychiatric symptoms because some of the active pharmaceutical ingredients that are in IGC 81 also reduce neuroinflammation, as Claudia pointed out. We have one ingredient that's a CB1 receptor agonist, and another that impacts the inflammasome 3 complex. So essentially, it reduces neuroinflammation. So in the phase 1, we also looked at neuropsychiatric symptoms that are associated with Alzheimer's. And in phase 1, we discovered that it reduces overall neuropsychiatric symptoms, but it also reduces agitation. So then we went into a phase 2, specifically looking at patients that had agitation. And these interim results that we announced today essentially show that the drug works, that it clinically and statistically, and interim results are typically statistical, getting statistical significance in an interim result is very, very difficult because sample sizes are smaller. You sort of get the p-values as the number of patients expand. But we actually discovered that even with a smaller sample size, we actually had statistical significance. We also have clinical significance. And so that's very important. So what it shows is our original hypothesis that this could reduce agitation is confirmed with these results.
Claudia, I would say this is kind of like your coming out party, right? You're kind of really aggressively now working towards this Alzheimer's disease, which, I'm sure many of us, including our viewers at home, including myself, have had family members who unfortunately have dealt with it. It's something that we talked about on our prep calls as well. What do you say to those folks that are kind of like, okay, is this the beginning of something great, AKA your coming out party with the interim results that you released this morning?
Well, tonight we are very excited to share all of this good news with everybody. And we believe this is going to have a very positive impact in not only the patients, the caregivers, but also the families. Because as you know, one patient with Alzheimer's and agitation impacts at least 4 more people in the family. So that's going to be, so we believe, we are very hopeful. We believe this is the starting of something really, really amazing.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. This is the coming out party because, up until now, we were sort of testing a hypothesis, if you will.
Right.
But I think at this point, we can safely say that we've tested it. We have good results, very promising results. And this drug could have a massive impact on Alzheimer's patients as well as their caregivers. If we can reduce and help manage agitation, that can help keep families together longer.
Reduce
the cost burden on families, the emotional toll on families. So it's a very, very, it's a very exciting result.
And so one of the good things about IGC 81 is that it produces excellent results in 2 weeks.
That's absolutely right. That's a very important thing because the current standard of care are antipsychotics. And antipsychotics, like other medications that work with mental health, take about 4 weeks, 5 weeks, 6 weeks to build up in the system before you can see the results.
Yeah.
We're finding that in our case, we're actually seeing results in 2 weeks. So based on the interim data, we see very good results in 2 weeks, which is very powerful. Now, remember that our medication, if it plays out and we're able to commercialize it, is something that not only can help with agitation and neuropsychiatric symptoms, but based on the preclinical work, it can also potentially reduce amyloid plaque and tangles, which are the two hallmarks of Alzheimer's. So it's a sort of a, it's a magic drug that can help with symptoms, but can also potentially help with the disease itself. Now, that's something we are going to test in a separate trial, but we're very hopeful that if the preclinical plays out, then it's actually an Alzheimer's medication as well.
And we are also exploring the possibility to use it as a prophylactic medicine.
Right.
Tell me a little bit more about that. What does that mean?
Well, the new research is sort of showing that agitation is something that starts in Alzheimer's fairly early on.
About 40 years old.
Okay.
Yeah, when you're 40 years old. So 40, 45 years old.
Yeah.
And so if that's the case, then this is something that can be used long-term. We have to prove out the safety profile for long-term use, and we're working on that.
Yeah.
But if that, and we're confident that will prove out. So this is something that someone can use for a fairly long time. Doesn't have to be episodical. It can be used for 5 years, 6 years, 7 years. And if it turns out that what we saw in preclinical, we can also see in clinical, then it's a safe medication that can act, as Claudia pointed out, as a prophylactic to maintain, to sort of manage neurotransmitter imbalance in the brain, to keep neuroinflammation down and manage neuropsychiatric symptoms, but also to slow down potentially, again, we haven't done the clinical trials, but potentially slow down the actual disease.
Yeah. Well, we've got you for about another 5 minutes. I'm going to try to squeeze in 2 questions. You mentioned the 2 weeks versus a 4 to 6 weeks that some other folks may be doing. Claudia, I'll start with you. What are some other, advantages that you have in comparison to your competitors in terms of what you're doing? What kind of gives you the edge to be the one to do this the best?
Well, Sanay, one of the first things and the biggest one is we don't have any black box warnings. That means you are not going to die if you use our medication.
Like the other antipsychotics.
Like the other antipsychotics. It's not a repurpose.
That's important. I think that's important. I don't know.
I think so. Yes.
Yeah, no, that's a very good point. It doesn't, we're hoping it doesn't come with a box warning. The antipsychotics all come with a box warning. So that's a big differentiator, if you will.
So that's the big one. And then, of course, no side effects that we know of. And we don't expect any side effects like with the other medicines.
Yeah.
And again, the 2 weeks results are really, really good. It's tolerable. It's interesting. The taste is very good. We have tasted it, of course.
So you're absolutely right. 3 things she pointed out. One is the box warning.
No blood.
The second is the early efficacy onset. And the third would be the adverse events, where our adverse events are not that adverse. You might get some mild dizziness initially, but other than that, we haven't seen much.
Yeah, the tasting good part is definitely important. I mean, I'm only human, so while preparing for these interviews last night, I had a honey bun. It was 450 calories, and I'm like, it tastes good. Why can't broccoli taste as good? Something that's good for you. It needs to taste good. I'd love that.
Yes.
Let's move on to, doing important work like you're doing. It's going to have its challenges, right? So let's talk about what speed bumps folks can expect, and more importantly, how you're geared up with the resources and tools to face them. So what challenges are you going to possibly face in developing for conditions such as Alzheimer's?
So I think it's a great question. Let me give you 3 sort of milestones.
Please.
I sort of think about this in terms of 3 milestones. Milestone number 1 is the interim results that we put out. That's sort of first milestone. Yeah. Second milestone is our ability to move to a phase 3 trial. And that involves getting ready on the CMC part, which is the production part, which is the actual distribution, production, commercialization, all of those things, which we're lining up either through partnerships or through our own internal setup that we have in Vancouver, Washington.
Yeah.
So that's sort of the second part. And then, of course, the third is to show the results and have these discussions and be able to convince the FDA that this is something that, could benefit from either a fast track or a breakthrough or designation and a faster pathway to a phase 3. So that's sort of the second milestone. The third milestone, which is a little bit after that, because it takes us a little bit more time, is all the work that we're doing using AI in Alzheimer's. We're using it in the clinical trial. We're using it for early discovery. So we're building these models, which I think are very valuable. And these are verticals that we're building using AI. And that's something, and we have data, and we're going after a lot of data to build this to be able to help Alzheimer's doctors diagnose, as well as to find early onset markers.
Claudia, I mean, this is something I'd love to get your. Yeah, well, I appreciate that. Anything you have to add to that, Claudia, especially in terms of challenges and what you're kind of looking out ahead? I've only got about a minute with you, so just give me something that folks can look forward to coming up.
Well, tonight, I think we have built really good barrier entries to the industry. We have a lot of licenses that allows us to get all the active ingredients. We have places to produce in Colombia and in Vancouver, Washington. So I think we are very sad. We have a lot of patents that protect our product. We have a lot of people working with us internally, so we control the administrative costs. So I think we are in a good place.
Well, I'll tell you what, I hope to never need to use what you're doing, but I do hope to have some fruitful conversations on the next milestones that two of you and your company has achieved. So thank you so much for taking the time. Congratulations on the positive results, preliminary side, and I look forward to more conversations.
Thank you,
Sinead. Take care.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Absolutely. Take care. That was Ram Mukundan, who is the CEO, and Claudia Grimaldi, who is the VP, CCO, PFO, and Director of IGC Pharma, ticker IGC. We're going to keep on moving. We've talked about individual stocks so much, right? We've talked to the executives. Let's go ahead and zoom out a little bit. Let's go ahead and talk about different types of healthcare companies and kind of look at a broad perspective that I want to get to as well. And that's exactly what our next guests are going to help me do in a panel format. We've got Mark Klossner, who is a managing partner and head of U.S. Healthcare Investor Relations at ICR. And we've also got Samir Kambad-Cohn, the managing director at ICR. And both of these gentlemen have had an ample amount of experience, over 50 years combined on the Wall Street side of things. Enough from me. Let's go ahead and hear from these two. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining the show. I don't know about you, but my last sentence to you the last time we talked was I'm going to do my best to go ahead and nail the last names. I hope I did you good. Hope I did you proud.
You did great, Sinead. Thank you.
Absolutely. Appreciate y'all for joining. Mark, we'll kind of go ahead and start things off with you. What are the key reasons that folks need to be, invested in the healthcare sector? Would love to get your insights of that.
Sure. I think there are some of the obvious things that you think about. It is an enormous sector, over $4.3 trillion spent just in the US alone, growing really quickly. But also importantly, it's a defensive sector. If you look at some of the declines in the stock market, overall market indices that happened over the last year, the healthcare sectors typically have declined less. So it's a place that you can park your money when times aren't necessarily as good. It's a sector that is really rife for innovation. Hopefully, we'll talk a little bit about some of the really interesting subsectors that are coming along that might present investing opportunities, but there is a ton of work being done on the technological side. And then it's also a sector that if you're an investor, you can pick and choose your risk tolerance. You can invest in really big, high revenue, dividend paying companies like a Medtronic or a Pfizer, somebody like that, all the way down to the really speculative biotech companies, and pick your risk reward profile and hopefully your returns from that.
Everyone loves good returns. Samir, turning it over to you. How do you have investors' perceptions? Like, how have they gone ahead, especially in the healthcare space, evolved since the pandemic? Especially because I feel like healthcare may not have been as focused on before the pandemic, but now it's kind of like, okay, wait, hold on a second. Well, you had so many healthcare stocks that just kind of went, to the upside dramatically because of pandemics. I mean, anyone that was just mentioning COVID tests or, hey, we're turning this, we're working with this, as the buzzword that everyone wanted to talk about. How have things changed since then, though?
Yeah, look, I think, to take a step back, I would maybe clearly differentiate between the institutional investor landscape, which, has a clear subset of investment professionals who are focused on the, subsectors within healthcare. These are the professionals that Mark and I and our firm, talk to, help our clients, approach as they kind of go through, their investor relations or capital markets activities.
Yeah.
So that really had not changed. That was there before the pandemic. I think what the pandemic changed is really putting the importance of, I would say, emerging technologies or therapeutic technologies within healthcare on the horizon for the individual, right? For the layperson, the lay investor, and things like mRNA or PCR tests or RT-PCR, like things that were, I would say, very geeky and very much known to research analysts or institutional investors by virtue of what the companies were trying to do. These became very much on, the kind of on the, on people's tongues, right? Like everyone was talking about Moderna versus BioNTech and things like that.
Yeah.
I think, so I would say it definitely put the real investment and the focus that a plethora of companies have been doing across, and the other important theme was telemedicine, right? Like Teladoc being a great case in point. So I think what that has done is clearly highlighted the importance of what healthcare broadly can do for the individual, right? And as a result, what individual investors should be focused on. I would say the other theme was, there was a real boom in the early kind of part of the pandemic, kind of at the end of maybe 2020 going into 21, where, as we see with some of these markets, there is a sense of euphoria. It may be in some instances irrational, where, the focus kind of goes away from the fundamental to momentum, right? And what I mean by that is the belief that, diagnostics companies broadly defined are just going to keep on growing because everyone's going to be buying tests. The fact that telemedicine, one thing that COVID did is put telemedicine as an important way in which the medical community can interact with patients very much on the radar screen. And that's an important part of any healthcare technology or digital health company that we talk to. It has to be part of their solution. Teladoc was a company that was public well before that, but it wasn't on the individual person's radar screen. I think that has changed. If then I kind of put this lens on the investing side of things, what has happened is, to some extent, the focus in that 2020 and 21 timeframe, broadly defined, was not as risk, was probably on a risk on kind of an appetite, where the focus was on growth. The focus was on anything that was optimistic, right? And as it always happens, when the irrational exuberance kind of creeps in, and when there is a correction that happens, it quickly changed. So what has changed is, if you had to think about revenue producing companies or commercial stage companies, the ones that Mark works with from a medtech or a tools and diagnostics perspective, or broadly defined healthcare technology companies that my team and I work with across the healthcare technology landscape, the focus has clearly shifted from revenue growth at all costs to sustainable revenue growth and focus on profitability. Investors are singularly focused on these two themes right now. If you had to go to the biotech side of things, I know there was a company that was talking about it earlier. I would say, if one were to generalize, one would say that in the pre-21 timeframe, preclinical companies could go public without an issue. I would say the focus is very much on the clinical efficacy and safety profile, where, not to say that a preclinical company could not go public right now or raise money right now, but that the onus or the burden is on the company to highlight what it's trying to do and what's different about it.
Yeah, I mean, Mark, you definitely have to have results so that folks know that, hey, they hard-earned money. I'm talking about the retail investors can go ahead and trust you with it. And, I love the point of telehealth because, yes, just 4 weeks ago, I had to get something refilled. And instead of me going into the office, I just called. We had a quick little 5-minute chat with the doctor and I got the prescription that I needed. So it's definitely beneficial there. What about you, Mark? Are you seeing any important themes that the investors need to be focused on in this market?
I think there's a number, and as I mentioned before, there are so many different areas of healthcare to invest in. But if you break it down and think a little bit about the life sciences area, some of the places we really like are genomics and personalized medicine, really taking the genome and trying to create specific medicines tailored to an individual as opposed to just using a population-based medicine. There's a ton in biotech, and we may talk about it separately, but there's just a whole different number of sectors in the life sciences space or in biotech that seem really interesting right now. The cell and gene therapies, mRNA therapeutics, to name a few. And then maybe on the medtech side of the world, we see a lot of people thinking about robotics and sort of how do you perform surgery better. And then also using devices to stick on your arm to help actually think about, from a wearable standpoint, how are you managing your health? So either providing you data to do things differently, or maybe providing your physician data to adjust medicine over time. And as those devices become more and more ubiquitous and more connected, I think it'll really tie into what you were saying before around even more ability to provide care from a remote setting. Samir spends a lot of his time in the HCIT or technology space. So maybe, Samir, if you want to comment on some of the technology innovations that you're seeing as well that are interesting.
Great. Thanks, Mark. Before I jump into that, Mark, the other thing I might also highlight is an important evolution. I would actually call it a revolution that's happening in the tool space, right? So historically, the idea of sequencing was the old paradigm was, you need to send it to a lab. There were a lot of small community hospitals that didn't have the capability internally, right? Where if there was a test that needed to be run, it would be sent to an external lab. We have been talking to a number of companies in the tool space that are doing something transformative, where in their words, they're trying to democratize sequencing, where the idea is, one, they want to lower the cost of actual sequencing to a significantly low dollar number that would actually be surprising. But two, actually democratize the actual sequencer and include that as a part of a product where this small product can actually be sold to community hospitals, infectious disease specialist centers, focus on food safety, where it is not such a esoteric thing anymore, right? Like the lay clinic or the lay community hospital, not to use the word lay in a pejorative sense, but that is where a large part of this country lives, right? It's not in the urban areas. So they have to have access to diagnostic tools in a very quick time frame. So I think that's a very important theme and you will see some of these companies hopefully approach the public markets. A lot of the institutional investors are extremely aware of these companies, but these will become names that are on the individual investors' radar screen. I would say from a healthcare technology perspective, there are two very, very important things. The first is what is known as value-based care. If the traditional paradigm was that you would go to a doctor and they would treat you and they would get paid in what is known as a fee-for-service model. As the healthcare, going back to the point that Mark was making, given the amount of dollars that the healthcare industry means for the GDP of the United States, there is a tremendous amount of waste that is created. There is an increasing focus on the part of the government, the CMS, which is the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, and a lot of the managed care companies where they want to reduce this. What that has led to is a model known as value-based care, where increasingly the onus is on the entire healthcare ecosystem to be focused on, results, not so much the actual fee-for-service. So you have to be part of the risk that is taken by payers and the government. And if you do a better job in managing this risk on behalf of your patients by treating them well, being proactive in their care, you will probably get paid better than if you were in a fee-for-service model. This is a massive change that is happening as we speak and has been for a long period of time. The second is what I would call digital health. And what I mean by that is, if you look at very, very important themes in the popular kind of zeitgeist right now, GLP-1s, right? Like there is not a day that goes by where you don't hear about, these GLP-1 drugs. There are a lot of metabolic disease or metabolic health focused digital companies that are truly creating what one of our clients actually calls the in-between care, which is, if someone has pre-diabetes or diabetes and you go to a doctor and they say, hey, you are pre-diabetic, focus on your diet and exercise and I'll see you in 6 months. That is not care, right? There are companies that are focusing on that 6 month window where the person actually is like, what do I do? Like, I need help, I need coaching, I need, so there is a big, emerging kind of space in that metabolic health area. The other big area is what I would consider behavioral health. Another massive transformation that happened after COVID is the idea of needing help for your mental health is not a taboo anymore. Everyone recognizes that that is a huge issue that affects society as a whole. There are a number of transformative companies that are approaching it with different models, B2C, B2B, or B2B2C. So there's a number of companies. These are already actually large companies that, again, you will likely see going public in the next 2 to 3 years. Another important area is fertility benefits, right? I think women make up more than, if not 50% of the population. But historically, from an employer benefits perspective, it was an area that was not given a lot of attention. There are a number of transformative digital health companies that are trying to create solutions that are focused on large and small employers. MSK, which is musculoskeletal, which is kind of remote or virtual physical therapy is another area. So there's just a, chronic kidney care, a massive, impact on the healthcare ecosystem is another area where you're seeing a value-based care and a digital health model kind of come together. So I would say, the lay or the individual investor should focus on these emerging themes because the next large companies are going to come out of this.
Yeah, I know there's a rally that's going to be outside the Supreme Court around some of the health concerns for women. So I completely agree with that aspect. And also I mentioned, telehealth with me needing a prescription refill. Also, when I'm seeing my therapist, not just because of COVID, but also afterwards, it's just easier. Like, hey, I'm in Houston, my therapist is in Atlanta, but I want to keep consistency. So that's where telehealth, again, the innovation side of thing really comes to it. And also you mentioned, there's innovations in terms of tools, also in terms of surgeries. I mean, it's not just movies that I've seen. It's also real life situations where it's like, hey, someone needs a very specific type of surgery. However, the doctor that's available is many states, maybe even a country away. So that's where the tools and the innovation side of things can really help out in those scenarios. Mark, when it comes to how you evaluate healthcare companies, I'm curious if that's changed. And here's why I say that, because I mentioned this earlier in the show. If I have $10,000 to invest, that $10,000 is going to be looked at investing in Apple in a very different way than crypto, than maybe a small cap or a mid cap. Same $10,000, but the risk and everything is different because of the history of those companies. So have investors changed the way that they evaluate healthcare companies recently?
I think they have, and Samir really talked a little bit about this earlier, but it really has to do with the risk profile that investors are willing to take. So prior to the pandemic, and even in the first couple of years of the pandemic, we were very much in a risk-on environment where people were looking for growth at all costs. They were willing to invest in much, much earlier stage companies. And as the capital markets began to get tighter and money dried up for these companies, most companies have really shifted their focus to how do we preserve capital? How do we not have to go back to the markets to raise capital? And how do we sort of make do with what we've got? And as a result, for investors, what you're seeing is companies that may be growing a little bit more slowly than they were before, but they're still showing really attractive top line growth rates. And at the same time, you're beginning to see margin improvement, and you're also beginning to finally see operating leverage in some of these companies, so that the path to profitability has become much, much more important. It's interesting because I do think that we're at a little bit of an inflection point now in the markets where you're beginning to see investors open up the checkbook a little bit and be willing to fund companies a little bit more that are truly creating the innovation. And so while for a period of time, I think that pendulum towards conserve capital at all costs swung a little bit too far, I think we're now coming back a little bit where the investment community probably is rightly looking at the growth opportunities and a little bit more of those exciting opportunities that we talked about before, where you might see outsized returns instead of kind of normal or average returns.
Yeah, the opening up the checkbook part of it, I definitely can. I don't want to say I can relate because I don't have that much money in my bank account, but I get it because I recently watched a show called Super Pumped. I believe it's a story about Uber, and they talk about how they're obviously losing millions of dollars in the early innings when they were only, I say only, but 6 billion. And you had to have investors that continued to pump money and trusted the process of, hey, yes, we understand that this is a long-term, game plan or long-term play. You got to go and trust the process. And now Uber, I believe, is north of 150 billion in terms of market cap. Samir, how have the capital markets, kind of impacted the healthcare space? Is it moving in any direction? What are your thoughts on that? And also, I'd love to know if you're anticipating the healthcare IPO market in 2024, what your outlook is there.
Yeah, sure. Great question. Look, I would say, picking up the thread from what Mark was saying, as it always happens in corrections, the pendulum swings from extremely risk on to extremely risk off. So that, what we unfortunately in our firm call the nuclear winter happened in the second half of 22, maybe all of 22 and all of 23, definitely, where if you were to look at any data, right, it was at maybe historic lows from a IPO or capital raise in healthcare particularly. You have definitely seen signs of the thawing happening. I would say the biotech IPO market has definitely opened up. It is still pretty selective, so I don't want to mislead anyone or give a false sense of optimism. But there are some companies that are at a clinical stage that have gone public. These were backed by some really high quality investors, were at relatively advanced stage from a clinical trial perspective. And the other thing that has helped is, as you might have seen, there have been a number of M&A transactions that have been announced since kind of November, December into the early part of this year, particularly around this large conference that happens in healthcare called JP Morgan in San Francisco in January, where you've seen a number of large pharma or large biotech companies acquiring smaller biotech companies because they are on the cusp of or have already received approval for breakthrough drugs. So that is a theme that supports the valuation for biotech, coupled with the fact that as these companies were quiet and were focusing on their clinical trials and being more efficient in the way they were running these clinical trials, they have a better story to tell. So our expectation is that the biotech market will continue to be pretty active through the course of 2024 with some really high quality companies going public. So that is definitely one theme. The other important theme is what I would bucket into the non-biotech space, which includes medical devices or medtech, tools and diagnostics, and the broader healthcare technology or healthcare services ecosystem. That is a space where you will likely see on the margin healthcare services companies that are backed by private equity firms that go public. These have a very different growth profile and a profitability profile compared to these high growth or emerging companies that Mark and I spend a lot of time with. There have been a couple, there has been one large IPO that has already happened. There are a couple more that are likely to happen soon. But that is, I would say, one trend point, but I would not say it defines the rest of the non-biotech IPO market, where the companies or clients or potential clients that we as a firm are talking to are
Yeah.
being a little more conservative in their timing expectations. A lot of them are thinking broadly across that space that I mentioned,
Yeah.
probably sometime in later in 24 or 2025. So it does look like, from a non-biotech perspective, especially for high growth or emerging healthcare companies, I think patience is going to be a virtue, because you won't see a lot of them go public in the first half.
You know what I don't have to have patience with? I've only got about 2 more minutes with both of you. I don't have to have patience when I'm talking to ChatGPT, because I can ask a question and the AI will go ahead and spit out answers. So we've been talking about broader aspects of things. We've talked about innovation. We talked about technology. Samir, I'll start with you, and then Mark will wrap it up with you. But Samir, AI, how do you kind of see that playing a role in this sector, in the healthcare sector? I mean, I'm talking 2030, 2035.
Yeah, huge. It's going to have a massive impact. And look, I think I want Mark to opine on this. In every one of the areas that we just talked about, biotech, medtech, tools and DX, and healthcare technology, there is no question any company that is involved in the healthcare space needs to figure out a way to more efficiently manage their process, be it a clinical trial, be it a diagnostic, where like you get an MRI and you need someone to help read it for you quickly, or in the healthcare technology landscape. So it is going to be one of the transformative phenomenons that happens. But like everything else, you have to be careful, right? You cannot just go broad brush and say it's, every AI, AI is great and every company is doing AI, so everyone is great. So maybe I'll just pause there and turn it over to Mark.
No, you're totally right. Mark, I'm glad, Samir, you mentioned about, hey, AI will help you read an MRI. And Mark, I can't tell you how many times I've seen, on shows or on my x-rays, and the doctor's like, yeah, you see this crack? It means ABC. And I'm like, it looks intact. I don't know what you're talking about. But what are your thoughts on AI 10 years down the road?
Yep. So you've identified one of the really important use cases, which is you can train a machine to be really, really good at looking at an image and detecting disease much earlier oftentimes than can be seen with the naked eye. So that's a great use. The other one is in drug discovery. So thinking about how it is that you try to do trials with AI before you actually spend the money to take these things into the clinic is another really good use case. And then just thinking about sort of more population-based things. So, how do we use it to predict disease outbreak? How do we use it to help companies improve their operations within hospitals? I agree with Samir. I think the use cases are broad and wide and will likely have a huge impact on healthcare, as well as obviously many other sectors going forward.
Yeah, and investors will have to do their due diligence. Just because you hear the buzzword of AI, doesn't matter if it's in the healthcare sector or not.
Right.
You've got to make sure that it's accurately being applied to everything. But thank you so much. I really appreciate both of you, Samir, Mark. I couldn't have had a better conversation. I look forward to many more in the future.
Thank
you.
Absolutely. Let's go ahead and keep the party moving. This next company has been making some noise the past few weeks, and I'm excited to go ahead and talk to Adam from Vivani Medical. Ticker is VANI. Let's welcome Adam, who is the co-founder and CEO. How's it going, Adam?
It's going great, Junaid. How are you?
I am doing lovely. And, I told you how excited I was to have this conversation, our prep calls. So let's actually take a step back. Before we dive into it, because there's so many questions I have to ask, just give me a quick, brief overview of what is it that your company does.
Sure. At Vivani Medical, we're developing miniature implantable devices that can go under the skin and release therapeutic levels of medicine over many months for the treatment of chronic diseases. About half of people don't take medicine as prescribed in the real world. So these fantastic clinical results that are demonstrated don't translate. So we're trying to develop a solution that will help these results translate to real people in the real world, a more convenient and easy to use solution for long-term chronic disease care.
You had big news that was announced 2 weeks ago, right? It was the positive NPM 115 preclinical weight loss data. Tell me a little bit more about that.
Yeah, so with these current generation weight loss therapies, which are really taking the world by storm right now, only about 40% of people after a year of treatment are still on therapy. And when people stop taking these medications, the weight comes back, and it comes back really quickly. So we're motivated to develop an option for people that can make it easier to keep that weight off. And what we've done is we took our implants and we put them into obese mice. We had a sham implant control, and we compared it with injections of semaglutide, which is the active ingredient in the blockbuster products Ozempic and Wegovy. And what we saw was after 28 days of treatment, the weight loss was about 20% from our implant, and was also about 20% with the semaglutide injections, giving us some confidence that our product would be able to be comparable to Ozempic and Wegovy when we ultimately test this in humans as we proceed.
Yeah, and you mentioned, the active ingredient aspect of it as well. How will your product kind of compete with all the other products that are being developed by, frankly, the larger players, right? And why should investors keep your company specifically in the radar when there are larger companies that are looking to do what you're doing as well?
So that's an interesting point, Junaid, because what a lot of the companies are working on right now are new molecules that may be able to have somewhat better clinical efficacy. But for the most part, all of these new products require either a weekly injection or a daily pill.
Yeah.
And one of the biggest challenges with GLP-1 treatment, as I mentioned, is the medication adherence, the long-term medication persistence that very few of the big companies are actually working on at all. So we see ourselves as maybe one of the most advanced, even though we are not yet in the clinic, but we hope to be soon, working on a solution that can make sure that people can have confidence that they receive their medicine over many months at a time. So we think as our highly differentiated product in a very exciting space continues to be developed further, that we have an opportunity to be attractive to a large number of stakeholders as we move forward in our product development efforts.
Look, I'm sitting down right now, but to my left, I've got a standing desk with a treadmill, right? So weight loss and being healthy is definitely important to a lot of folks, especially if you're in meetings for so often. But I also feel like there's some challenges that come with what you're doing in terms of perception or public perception, whether it be about side effects, whether it be about, you're kind of using a little cheat code or whatever the case may be. Wrapping that up into a question, what are some challenges you expect as you go through this process, whether it's on the PR side or the medical science side of it, and how are you well equipped to take on those challenges?
I mean, you bring up some good points about, as an example, the cosmetic use of these GLP-1s. And, I agree that the patients that have been studied in clinical trials for which the medications have approved indications are patients who need the medication for either morbid obesity or for being overweight with a related comorbidity. A lot of people that are taking this in the real world don't fit into those categories. And there isn't enough supply that's available for everyone that wants it right now.
Yeah.
So we need to make sure that the people that really need it can get it. One of the advantages with having a physician-administered implant is that once somebody receives the implant, they don't have to worry about whether that medication is going to be available for them to fill their prescription the next week or the week after, which is currently the case for many people that are on these medications. And the control of the product to make sure that it gets to the people that really need it will be more streamlined than it currently is with the injectable products and the pills that can be available generally at pharmacies. So we see what we're doing as kind of providing an important solution to an existing gap that exists that could be very helpful to all of the stakeholders in the industry as we go forward. Also, one more thing to mention is that on the idea of side effects, the implant that we are working on provides a very smooth and steady delivery of the medication. And many of the gastrointestinal effects that people experience are associated with fluctuations. That's why people need to titrate up to their ideal dosing in a very slow manner, because increases in the exposure level are responsible for the nausea and other GI effects. Once someone receives an implant, then over that entire duration, we will look in our clinical trials for signals that perhaps will have better tolerability than some of the approaches that require frequent administration that results in changing blood levels with each dose.
We had earlier on the webinar, we had Dr. Frida Lewis Hall, former chief medical officer at Pfizer, and she mentioned about equality and equity. And whenever it comes to something like healthcare, my number one concern is always, yes, now this drug, not just talking about the weight loss, but any drug is available. However, it may not be available to the middle class or low class Americans. So, as you go through this, I'm sure that's something that you'll think about as well. Since I've got you for a couple more minutes, just tell me about what's next. You had the big announcement 2 weeks ago. Where are we headed? What can folks expect in 2024 and beyond?
That's absolutely. So we have been working on a version of this implant for patients with type 2 diabetes. And then we saw this very compelling weight loss data, which motivated us to shift our strategic focus to a broader area, which is chronic weight management, in which type 2 diabetes is a part. We still intend to study the product in patients with type 2 diabetes to make it available to those patients. But we've done a lot of work to get ready to be able to conduct human testing with the type 2 diabetes version of the implant. And there is some additional preclinical data that we need to allow the version with the higher doses that will be more effective at weight loss to be tested in humans. We anticipate being in a position to submit an application to begin human testing later this year for that product. And we look forward to hopefully generating some positive clinical data in 2025. And we've seen what's happened in this sector with companies that develop positive clinical data. And we're very much excited and looking forward to how our differentiated product might be able to do something similar.
I look forward to the discovery and the milestones that you go ahead and achieve with your company. I appreciate your time, and we look forward to talking to you in the future.
Thank you. Me too. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely, Adam. And, it's an exciting story, and it's one that I think is going to be quite active for many, many years to come because of where our healthcare is in terms of, mental health, but also physical health, and where we are today versus where we were, especially compared to other countries around the world. Let's go to bring my man Tony back up, because I know he's got some exciting conversations to go ahead and take on here. I know you've got Misha ready for you, man. What can we expect from this conversation, Tony? You're on mute.
Misha's an interesting guest because we spent a little bit of time earlier in the event talking about artificial intelligence. And our guests, Dr. Frida and Michael, had a healthy balance of both apprehension and excitement. So I'm looking forward to asking Misha about that, since Cardio Diagnostics is an AI player. So let's bring her on and talk about it. Misha Dogan, how are you?
I am doing well, Tony. How about yourself?
Not bad, not bad. Thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I'm excited to be here.
So we're excited to have you because AI is constantly trending on Benzinga.com. Our readers can't get enough of it. And I don't know if you heard earlier in this event, our guests talked about AI, that it needs to be done right, and that when you sort of have this advanced technology, you want to use it for good. They had a healthy balance of both apprehension but also excitement as to what its potential could be. So for Cardio Diagnostics, tell us a little bit about how AI factors into the company's technology.
The aspect about how we use AI in cardio diagnostics is really exciting, and it's not just the conversions of the use of AI, but in ways we apply AI that is truly nuanced. So we're a company, precision cardiovascular medicine company, focused on the detection, prevention, and management of heart disease. And really where our technology lies is to use the science of epigenetics, the science of genetics, and artificial intelligence together. And the reason I bring epigenetics and genetics into this conversation is, if you think about it, all of us are walking around with millions of these biomarkers and billions of these biomarker combinations within our DNA. And so genetic markers are the one we're born with. Epigenetics is the one we acquire through our lifestyle and environment, and they're dynamic. And one of the things that we know about these biomarkers is not all of them are relevant to all disease states, and therefore not all of them are relevant to heart disease. So AI becomes a critical tool in a way to do pattern recognition to say which of these biomarkers in the form of genetics and epigenetics that are critical to be able to identify those with heart disease, those at risk for heart disease, and to be able to use these biomarkers to treat and manage people. What is the biomarker combination? And so AI plays a really exciting role in the identification of these biomarkers. And also when our clinical tests are applied, we do use machine learning to be able to interpret and aggregate these biomarkers for patients as well. And I'll take a step further in saying, one of the key areas when it comes to healthcare and diagnostics and biomarkers is they're generally not linear. They're highly complex, they're intertwined, they're nonlinear just in the nature of these biomarkers and these disease states. So AI really captures these nuances, and Cardio has really differentiated ourselves in building a platform called the AI-driven integrated genetic epigenetic engine, which is a platform that allows us to go back, continue to identify these patterns using AI across these millions and billions of biomarkers for various kinds of heart disease. And we do have quite a bit of IP layered on just in the nature of what we do.
So let's talk a little bit about funding in this space. Do you think that the fact that technology can be strengthened with AI, does that attract new investors in the space and perhaps more venture capital, more private equity money? Perhaps it attracts a strategic or two if people are betting that there'll be an uptick in M&A. Just this morning, there was a Toronto-based company, Pocket Health, specializing in AI as it relates to medical records, raised $33 million in a Series B. These types of news announcements didn't happen often in 2023 and 2022. So taking that into consideration, what does it look like in 2024?
Here's one thing I think we all will agree. AI is not going anywhere anytime soon.
Right.
And if anything, in healthcare, we're barely scratching the surface. And I say that as someone who've actually been doing AI for over 13 years. And I've spent over a decade of my work when I invented the technology behind cardiodiagnostics, really looking at where AI used to be, using the initial tools of AI in healthcare, and now how much we've progressed as a company, and even our technology has grown over the years when it comes to the use of AI. So I think it's definitely a very exciting space. We get a lot of investors who are excited with our implementation of AI. And at the end of the day, one of the things I usually share is AI is a tool. The company has to be more than just a tool. In our case, the use of the domain knowledge and having that differentiated aspect of how we apply AI, where we apply AI, and what are we using it for, and how that integrates into the larger market and the broader population, I think that is the critical aspect. We hear about everyone using AI, but it's truly the differentiated aspect of how you use AI is what matters. And I think investors are starting to catch on to that because everyone can say that they're using AI or doing AI, right? It's
right.
How you're doing it and being able to show something for it, I think, is what's going to be important.
Well, let's talk about how you guys are showing for it. I mean, precision medicine, like you said, is very complicated. Give us an overview of what it is and why it's so important.
When we're thinking about precision medicine, broadly, what we're saying is, we need to be able to better treat people. We need to be able to better help people prevent disease, manage disease in a more personalized, tailored manner. And we're doing so using different complex information of who we are, whether it's our genes, it's our lifestyle, maybe the medications we're already on, confounding factors. We hear a lot about socioeconomic status and social determinants of health when we think about health equity. And so all of these factors together do play a role in our risk for disease and maybe access to intervention, access to treatment. One of the key things we know with just diagnostics in general, in a way, developing really innovative diagnostics is only one part of the equation. Getting it in the hands of people and more people at a broader scale and being able to capture that market across the board becomes even more critical. So with cardiodiagnostics, if you're looking at all of us we call our DNA our blueprint, and that's because it's so unique to each of us. And when we're thinking about personalizing medicine and personalizing care, our tools really use these biomarkers. That's the foundation of all of this, by, again, incorporating and layering in AI to be able to not just identify those at risk for heart disease or those who have heart disease, but take it a step further to say, based on these individuals' biomarkers, we're implementing AI to say, where are these signals coming from? How do we use that information to manage the individual, to treat them in a more personalized manner, and also monitor their effectiveness or how well they're doing with such treatment. So it becomes really critical when we're talking about precision medicine, and with heart disease being the #1 killer, it's something that we really have a lot of stride to make as a country in our healthcare system. But also with cardiodiagnostic solutions, they are blood tests. And there's nothing easier than collecting a tube of blood, right? Our tests can be done fully remotely. You can collect a tube of blood at a provider's organizations. With employers, for instance, who we work with, we have mobile health clinics, so we show up on site. We're able to deploy this in community centers, in rural parts of the country, where you truly cannot get current technologies. Like, you can't set up a CCTA machine in the most rural parts of the country, but you can send someone, or you can send an at-home kit for a blood collection. So it becomes really important to think about precision medicine in the context of innovative healthcare delivery as well.
And you had some news recently, a partnership with family medicine specialists. Why don't you talk to us a little bit about that and why it's so important?
When cardiodiagnostics is thinking about our market and the use of our solutions, we're actually thinking as a company of all the major stakeholders in healthcare. When we think about the care piece itself, we think about patients and we think about providers. But if you think about it, about 50 to 60% of us get our healthcare from our employers, which means employers become a huge stakeholder when it comes to healthcare decision making. So do payers, so do certain types of provider organizations. So FMS, for instance, is a risk-bearing provider organization, and we started a partnership with them back in December. And it is public information that they're rolling out our tests to at least 1,200 of their Blue Cross Blue Shield patients. And as part of that, when we started it, they started sending in samples. We started going through these reports for their patients. They found it so highly valuable that we have expanded the partnership now. And as of Q2 of this year, which we're getting near, Cardio will be expanding alongside FMS. So we will be present in FMS location in Walmart, which is very exciting because, again, when you have a highly scalable blood test that is not just innovative and can do really well in identifying individuals at risk, but it can be deployed pretty widely. A retail healthcare setting is probably where a lot of community members go, a lot of patients go. It's a way to get highly accessible care. But now with family medicine specialists in the Walmart location, you're able to get cardiodiagnostics test seamlessly, easily, right? You're able to go to a Walmart location and get your blood drawn and understand your risk for heart disease or whether you have heart disease. So it's truly a new paradigm in the way we're thinking about innovating when it comes to cardiovascular medicine.
So that's pretty huge for you because Walmart, with its presence and all those retail stores and that all those locations and the foot traffic that goes into those stores, I mean, that's.
I wish we had an AI Tony to go ahead and wrap things up with you. We apologize for that. While we get Tony set right back up, I know you've got things to do as well. I really appreciate your time. And there you are. I was just saying we need an AI version of you.
Yeah, I was about wrapping it up.
I'll leave you to it.
All right. Well, I just wanted to say congrats on that partnership, Misha, and I hope to follow up with you in the near future.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Always excited to have this conversation.
All right, thanks a lot.
Take care.
Okay, moving right along, we have another panel coming up, Atossa Therapeutics and Sparrow Pharmaceuticals. We have Stephen Glover, who is the CEO and co-founder of Atossa, joined by Robert Jacks, who is the CEO of Sparrow. Let's bring him on. Hello, Stephen. Hello, Robert. How are you guys?
Good, Tony. How are you?
Hi, Tony. Thanks for having me on.
Well, thanks for joining us. I have a lot to talk about, but time is of the essence, so let's just get rolling. Zyversa is a clinical stage biopharmaceutical company. It's got a long list of things that it has accomplished over the years. Why don't we talk a little bit about the latest goings on, Stephen?
Sure, appreciate it. And Robert, nice to meet you on the panel too. So we've been very focused over the last almost 6 to 7 years on 2 disease areas. One is in the area of renal diseases, which has a huge inflammation problem in many of the treatment patterns that the patients are going through. Most of them are on steroids or calcineurin inhibitors. And then in the other area that we're in is in the inflammasome area, which is a really new area in biotech, targeting the innate immune system around a whole host of diseases, everything from Parkinson's, Alzheimer's to atherosclerosis. So really broad-based approach to treating inflammation.
And Robert, I want to talk a little bit about you and the progress you guys have made at Sparrow. Sparrow is currently conducting not 1, 2, but 3 phase 2 clinical trials with its lead drug. And that's certainly something that Zyversa can identify with and the challenges that come with that. Why don't you talk to us a little bit about that?
Sure, Tony, thanks. Yeah, we have 3 ongoing phase 2 trials, which are all being conducted in multiple countries, and we have 8 employees. So we certainly have our hands full, but we make heavy use of consultants and vendors and partners. And I think that more and more, that's the way a lot of this work is done in this industry by small companies, to be able to leverage our people and get a lot done.
And for Zyversa, Stephen, talk to us a little bit about the scientific breakthroughs you've seen that are driving drug development in inflammatory diseases.
Sure. There's a lot of new information that's been coming out around cellular biology, particularly around this structure called an inflammasome. And this inflammasome is a perfect example. It's kind of your first line of defense in the innate immunity when you get a virus or a pathogen or you've got cell-driven diseases where you're getting cellular death and in diseases like Parkinson's and so forth. The ability now to target what we're doing is targeting a monoclonal antibody at these inflammasomes to inhibit them from producing cytokines such as IL-1 beta and IL-18. So those are the cytokines that cause a whole host of problems in multitude of diseases. And inhibiting these has really been a breakthrough in the last 5 years in the industry. And it's led to a lot of good collaborations, M&A and licensing, a lot of activity in the space as a result of that.
And Robert, just to continue with that, breakthroughs in the space, what kind of breakthroughs have you noticed?
Yeah, thanks, Tony. So, I think the modern field of immunology was born 75 years ago when cortisone was isolated as an agent administered as a therapeutic, and the Nobel Prize was actually awarded for that. It created quite a sensation because people with rheumatoid arthritis literally rose from their wheelchairs and walked around the hospital. But within weeks, a lot of those patients had sworn off the drug and said they'd never take it again due to the side effects. So for the last 75 years, people have been trying to solve that problem, largely unsuccessfully. There have been some topical approaches to steroids, and of course, that problem has birthed our entire biologics industry. And so people continue to try and work on that problem, but we have a completely novel approach that we think we can maintain the efficacy of glucocorticoids, but reduce their side effects and increase the safety. And if we're successful, I think we could step back and revolutionize immunology once again.
And Stephen mentioned before the M&A licensing that will take place in this space, hopefully more than last year. But you guys, Zyversa, went the M&A route not that long ago, whereas Sparrow went the Series A route. The deal making in this space is so difficult to do, even in a good year. Talk to us about the trends that you guys expect in 2024 between fundraising and M&A. And we'll start with Stephen.
No, great point. And Robert, congratulations on everything that you're doing. I think the area that you're in is very, very important. And, if you look at, I've been doing this for about 40 years, Tony, and you're seeing, I call it nuclear winter now moving away. And you're seeing funding taking place for innovative companies. You're seeing companies go public where, the IPO window was closed pretty much in 2023, late 2022. But what's really important is the big pharmaceutical companies have a war chest, and they're out looking for the right collaboration partners, whether it be a licensing deal, whether it be an acquisition. And you're seeing a lot of activity. There's some recent reports, the activity is as robust in the first quarter as it's been in the last 3 years. So I think this ability to collaborate with companies, develop your pipeline is there now, and I think it's up to us to take advantage of that.
Robert?
Yeah, I just agree with what Stephen said. I'll just add, we got fortunate. We raised our Series A 3 years ago, right before we entered nuclear winter. And people kept asking me how we were going to raise money. I said, well, fortunately, we don't think we have to raise money until we have data, and data talks. And so we're in a position now. We have some phase 2 data coming out of several of our trials. We're very excited about what we're seeing. And I think the markets are starting to open up. I think people are still a little wary. But I think that there's certainly capital available for good innovation and good data. And I think that's the position we hope we're in. And so should be a positive future.
Yeah, like I mentioned before in the previous discussion with Misha, I mentioned Pocket Health raising $33 million in Series B. That was announced today. Atossa Therapeutics, an immuno-oncology startup, $150 million in a Series A. Care 51, a cancer survival data analytics startup, 15 million euro in seed funding. We have to see a lot of venture capitalists warming up to this space, no? And what does that mean for Sparrow in terms of approaching these investors and ensuring it has the runway to bring these products to people who need it?
Yeah, I think everything flows downhill from the public markets because people need to be getting liquidity, getting exits, and then recycling that capital. And so I think it's really encouraging. The biotech index is rebounded. We're seeing some IPOs get out. I think that's freeing up capital all the way down the line. And so there's definitely money there to be put to work. I think the last couple of years, people were very nervous about deploying that capital. They wanted to make sure they had capital to support their existing portfolio companies. And also valuations, came down again, really filtering down from public markets. But that seems to be opening up now, and I think there's money to be put to work for sure for companies again that have good innovation. I think that's people are as they start to go back to risk on from risk off. I think people feel more comfortable with phase 2 clinical data as a first place to go.
And Stephen, just looking at the ticker ZVSA, that's you. It's good. 52-week high of $96.85 today. It's in the green at 82 cents per share. From the position of a CEO, do you worry about the stock ticker at all? And what could we expect from Zaversa in terms of shares and financial results in the coming quarters?
Yeah, of course, as a public company CEO, you're always worried about shareholder value and how you drive it and how do you optimize the use of capital to do that. I'll tell a little story here. I actually was chairman of Ambrex Corporation. Ambrex was a perfect example of a company that was trading at 41 cents in December of 2022. We drove the data, as Robert talked about, early patient data, and we basically just sold the company at JPM for $28 a share. So I always say to everybody, it takes a little time to drive the data. You've got to be able to get to those inflection points. But once you do, you have the ability then to show great shareholder return. And I was at the Bio CEO conference, and picking winners right now may be the best market for biotech investors in a long time. Valuations are way down, but the science continues to move forward. And if you're smart about it, there's a lot of home runs out there.
It's interesting that some of the feedback I've gotten from investment bankers over the past year, there was this discrepancy between what a company thought it was valued at versus what it could actually get from an M&A deal. So I'm curious to know, and I'll go to Robert with this. Do you think that they're getting more on even keel now, that there's maybe less discrepancy in 2024, or do you still have a sense that valuations are still very much disputed between companies and their advisors?
Oh, I'm shocked that CEOs would think their companies are worth more than the acquirers. Look, I mean, I think that one problem companies got into is during the frothy days, they got into what I call a valuation trap. And so, if you raise money at a very high valuation, then you really can't transact below that because the investors, of course, are underwater. And so that created a disconnect, particularly when public stock prices came down and acquirers said, well, I'll pay you what I think it's worth or what the market says it's worth. And companies weren't able to do that. So I think that was a real problem. I think that's changing, right? Because valuations have been reset over the last year. People have done some painful dilutive rounds. And so I think that is changing. So I think you will see M&A picking up as well.
And Stephen, what about you? I mean, you seem like you're very tuned into current M&A trends. Healthcare, even in a down market in 2023, the healthcare sector, which includes biotech in most tallies, did really well comparative to the other sectors. Are advisors and sellers and buyers starting to get on the same page in terms of valuations?
I think people are looking at this very, very closely. I know when I was at Roche and Amgen years ago in the portfolio groups and in the corporate development, you're always looking ahead at the 5 or 10 or companies that you're following, right? You're trying to understand where their inflection points on. You're following them to track where their data progress is. And as part of that, if you're a strategic investor, you're not as valuation sensitive as a public company investor, right? So I think, you have different views of value here. I think the public markets right now and investors that are in it are seeing the opportunity to get in where they might have made a 1x or a 2x return, now see a 5 to 10x return because the valuation has been pushed down so much. And I think that really plays out in how you bring capital into your company and what value you do to get to that use of that capital to your next inflection point. And that's the important piece as a CEO, is doing that in a timely fashion so that you hit your windows, right? And I think that's key for any investor on a valuation basis.
And we did see a rash of deal making reverse the declining fortunes of biotech stocks. What are some of the major deals that surprised you guys in the past few months? A lot of people are predicting an uptick in deal making. Sparrow's a privately held company, but was there anything either in the public sphere or privately that surprised you, Robert?
Well, we are both in the rare disease space and in the rheumatology space. We didn't get into kind of a whole applications, but I mean, I've seen some deals in the rare disease space that I think are pretty exciting. I mean, the AstraZeneca deal just I think last week was pretty exciting for the rare endocrine disorder, and that actually happens to be where our other application of our drug is in the rare endocrine space for endogenous Cushing syndrome. So I think that's exciting. What I heard over the last couple of years was that people were definitely starting to get more into immunology as well, and particularly assets that could have multiple follow-on indications. And so I think both of those areas I hear are I think are picking up, and that bodes well for both ourselves and Zyversa.
Stephen, any surprises? Any price tags that you were like, that's ridiculous?
Well, I'll say as a CEO, no price tag is ridiculous, but especially one that's in the range that your board likes. But I have been following this area. I sit on the board of a couple of immuno-oncology companies. The ADC space continues to be exceptionally hot, and you're seeing a lot of positioning on kind of on a FOMO basis. They don't want to be left out in the therapeutic area. The inflammation space is very hot right now. If you look at some of the recent acquisitions, you're seeing $11 billion acquisitions in phase 2. You're seeing a whole host of companies declaring to be in the obesity space, which is clearly an inflammation-driven space. In our area where inflammasomes are really hot, we're seeing $5 billion worth of preclinical M&A in the last year or so. So I think you're seeing certain areas gaining great valuation increases, particularly in the inflammation space, given that it affects 70 different diseases. So I think you're seeing some pretty interesting value propositions out there right now.
And Sparrow can relate to that. It was founded to sort of spare patients the ravages of steroid side effects. Inflammation. Why is it so hot right now, Robert? What do you think?
I think there was for a while, companies were really interested in kind of the small oncology indications, and some of these areas were really hot. And then I think companies started to realize that blockbusters weren't actually dead, that you could still develop blockbuster drugs for big indications. And they started to look for those areas where you can add on. And I think in immunology and rheumatology, that's one of those areas where you can get an agent and then you can continue to add indications. And so, I mean, that's certainly our approach with our drug, where we're doing a combination with prednisolone, the very common steroid medicine. And as I said, we believe we can reduce the side effects of that medicine. Well, then that could be used anywhere that prednisone or prednisolone is currently used. And so that's, I think, a huge potential for a product, and I think people recognize that.
So we're still early on in 2024. We're about to wrap up the first quarter. If you had to make predictions about certain trends that you expect to see unfold in the next 3 quarters, what are they? And will it have wide-ranging effects? And we'll start with Stephen.
Great question. And if I had a crystal ball, I would be a trader rather than a CEO. But I will say that you're seeing 3, I think, major trends here in the biotech sector. One, as the Fed reduces rates, whether it's as quickly as they think they're going to or not, you're going to see that continue, I think. And every half a point change here for the rate change is just a great situation for biotech, as you get a rotation from other sectors back into biotech and pharma. So I think that's one thing you're going to see. I do think that valuations being where they are, continued M&A and collaborations, you're going to see that. I've talked to a whole bunch of companies that are either in discussions or contemplating discussions around collaborations. And I think you're seeing that. And I think the other thing that you'll see, the continuation of good data. So there's a lot of companies that have been kind of working and grinding to get to the data inflection points. And I think you're seeing a lot of that, like ourselves with data late this year, really coming to fruition. And I think that's the 3 things that I keep watching.
Robert, 3 trends?
Yeah, I also have 3 overlap a little bit with Stephen, but slightly different. So, I start with the biotech markets specifically, which clearly we've seen. They're coming back, they're getting better, and I think it's opening up. But I think layered on top of that, the macro environment, I think there's still a lot of uncertainty. Have you ever seen a soft landing? So that appears what we're headed through. But I think there's a little bit of skepticism as whether or not that can really come to pass, or if there are going to be some headwinds. And then the third thing I think is the political environment, and that it's an election year. And so a favorite punching bag is the pharmaceutical industry, and we've seen some legislation that I think in that regard that finally got passed, and that I think could have some impacts. So I think that's going to be layered on top of those. And I mean, I'm bullish. I think when you're coming out of a tough couple of years, then I think it's likely to be in a better position. But those are things I think we'll have to continue to monitor.
Well, before we wrap up, I want to get your thoughts on AI. It was a topic that kept coming up throughout the event today. Does it affect your space? The CEOs we spoke with seem to think that it'll have an effect on every corner of healthcare. What are your thoughts, Stephen?
I do think AI is an evolving technology in healthcare, particularly in biopharma. Targeting early stage drug targeting and validation is really an optimal way to use AI. And the industry's been toying around with it now for actually almost a decade in different forms. And I think the continuation and the learning of that is important. The issue for big pharma with AI is, what are you going against in your databases, right? I mean, how are you determining these trends and trying to understand the patterns? And some of the database structures are not large enough yet to yield a lot of targets. You know, there really hasn't been a drug proved yet generated from out of an AI program. So I think it's early. I think we're going to learn a lot, but I think it's got to be a huge toolkit that we're all going to use.
Is it a toolkit you're going to use, Robert?
So, I mean, I do not make a lot of use of AI yet, but I think it's going to have an enormous impact on our industry. And I agree with Stephen that, you know, some of the early applications certainly is on the research side, which we're not currently doing a lot of. But, you know, high throughput screening and rational drug design are things we've been talking about a long time. But just imagine with the huge machine learning models how much more efficient those could be and effective. So I think we're at day one of decades and decades of the use of AI, and we can't really see where it's going to be used. But I do think it's an incredibly powerful tool that's going to increase productivity across the board.
So between both of you, I think there's up north of 50 plus years of expertise in the biotech space. Stephen, we'll start with you. Tell us some of the major lessons you've learned over the course of your 3-decade career in biotech. What were some of the lessons you took with you?
Well, I think, you know, biotech is a long play. You have to be able to be thoughtful about how you're spending your capital. Don't get too big too quick. You want to be focused on generating the value in what you're doing. I think that's a key message that we already learned in the last couple of years. I think the other thing is to understand where the science is headed. If you are looking at a program that might take 10 years to develop, you've really got to be thoughtful about how you project 10 years down the road, right? You have to be thinking, is the target that you're going after appropriate? Like in inflammation, hot area, a lot of these products that are coming out won't be here for 5 to 7 years. So you got to be thoughtful about how you're designing your clinical trials, your programs, so that the payers in the United States will be able to reimburse you for those programs. So those are two major lessons that are there. And the last one is keep your network of investors very close to you. Make sure they're updated. Make sure they understand what you're doing.
But you have to sell those investors time and time again, though, on what you're doing too.
You do. And I think it's important. I say communicate, communicate, and communicate. Let them be informed and let them understand what you're doing at any given time.
Robert, do you keep your investors informed all the time? Do you ever wonder or worry about being annoying and contact?
No, I don't worry about being annoying. I think you can't over communicate to your investors. The one thing you can't do is surprise people. And so, you know, as Stephen said, this is a relationship business. I think if you get a bad reputation, then you're dead. And if you have a good reputation, people want to work with you. And so I think if you're straight with people, communicate people, and they know what's going on, then you know they can take good news and they can take bad news. They just can't be surprised.
And what about the lessons you learned over the years? I mean, you have a solid 20 plus years of expertise in biotech.
I know the number keeps getting larger every time I introduce myself, but I'll wax a little more philosophical. I mean, I think our industry, you know, I'm very proud. I think our industry is one of the great engines of innovation on the planet, and we do a tremendous amount of good for a lot of people, and we'll continue to. The amount of innovation coming out is mind-boggling, and yet, you know, I think our industry is generally perceived very poorly, and I think, you know, why
do you think that is?
Yeah, so I believe that we as an industry have a social compact with society in that. We're granted patents, which means we can get monopoly profits, and that those profits are intended to drive innovation. And that innovation needs to deliver. And then after a certain period of time, those patents are over and those innovations are then free to society. And I think that's the kind of cycle that we've agreed to. And I think as an industry, we haven't been very good at policing ourselves at times to abide by that compact, either by are we driving true innovation or are we abiding by the end of it and letting things go generic. And then I don't think we've done a good job of communicating that certainly either. So I think we have to look in the mirror and say we're responsible for both delivering on that promise and on communicating to people what we're doing. And so hopefully we'll do a better job of that.
I had an editor who liked to ask this question, and I love it. I love to sort of close out with this, and it could apply to your field, but it could also apply to just in life in general. What keeps you up at night? What do you worry about, either inside the boardroom or outside the boardroom, or the C-suite, I should say? Stephen, what stresses you out?
It's a funny question. To me, I'm pretty good over the years at managing what I can anticipate and wild cards that worry me. It's the political environment, right? It's things that you watch, and you watch similar to what Robert talked about. Some of the perceptions of the industry that you really can't control at times, and you see some of the wild predictions in an election year where people are saying some stuff that is not going to come to fruition. Yet you've got to be able to react and deal with that. So it's really the unknown that I sit and worry about, given my experience and background. Everything else is pretty predictable in some ways. You kind of know what to do, or you got peers you can talk to. It's that unpredictable nature of the political environment that can be real problematic.
Well, does that inform you in an election year at all? Like is it stability? We've talked to financial professionals who value that stability, and they even if they might lean a certain way, they're concerned about that. So is that what you mean, like going into November and wanting stability after the results of election day?
Well, I think that's one thing that you've got to be cognizant of, right? Because again, you're developing programs that might take 2 to 3 years to get through a phase 2, for example, and you design a program a certain way. And then if you have a change in political leadership that is not consistent with where you're at, you have a lot of damage control to do. So I think those are things that you have to be cognizant of as a CEO. You try to prepare as much as you can to manage it. And you want to make sure that you've got industry support, like from bio or PHMRA, supporting you in what you're trying to do.
Robert, they're probably going to come on now and tell me and boot me like they did before. But I just want to get 30 seconds. What keeps you up at night?
People think this industry is risky because, the science, unpredictable, and products fail. That doesn't bother me. We design the best trials we can, and some work and some don't work, and it's okay. I think what keeps my anxiety up is just on a private company, you work on a funding cycle. So every day we're a step closer to being out of cash, and we have to deliver before we get there. So that's the life of a private biotech company. But they told me this is the job I wanted. They keep reminding me of that, but
you want it, you're stuck there.
I know. It's a lot of fun when you start to see good data coming out and you're helping patients.
Well, I had fun talking to you both. Stephen Glover, Robert Jacks, thank you so much for joining us for the Benzinga Virtual Healthcare Summit. I really appreciate it. I look forward to keeping in touch with both of you.
All right. Thanks for having me, Tony.
Thanks, Tony. Appreciate it. Good luck, Robert.
All right, Zunaid, you're allowed to come back and
to be clear, we didn't boot you. You dropped, and so then I stepped in.
I did. I anticipated your attack.
I love it. Well, I'll tell you what, man, I appreciate you for hanging out with us. I know you've got your other day job responsibilities. Yeah. But before you go, though, just give me a quick insight on, healthcare, because you do this so often. Just give me a quick minute breakdown on the importance of this before you go.
Well, what struck me today was just how they're passionate for what they do, and healthcare. When we talked about equity and making sure that the healthcare is accessible to not just a select few, but for everyone. That was the big takeaway for me today. And I think you'll see that reflected in hopefully their accomplishments, and hopefully we'll keep them honest in the future as journalists. We want to keep them honest and keep them to their word. And hopefully that with each and every accomplishment that these companies have, that they're making sure that they keep the patients in mind, the patient's well-being in mind.
Absolutely. Affordability is one of them as well. Appreciate you so much, man. You and I are going to take a quick break, but we've got my man AB, who earlier met up with Mark, who is the CEO of Plus Therapeutics. Here's that interview.
Thank you to everyone who has tuned in so far to our virtual healthcare summit. We've heard from a lot of great companies today, and we've got another one coming up. We're going to be talking to Plus Therapeutics CEO and President Mark Hedrick. We've got Mark hanging out backstage. Let's go ahead and welcome Mark on the stream. Hey, Mark, how are you doing today?
Hey, Aaron, great. Good to talk to you again.
Yeah, it's great to have you again. Thank you for joining us on our virtual healthcare summit. So before we get into it and get into the specifics, do you mind giving us, providing us an overview of Plus Therapeutics' mission and vision?
Sure. So, Aaron, let me tell you what we do. So we develop targeted radiotherapeutics for central nervous system cancers. And CNS or central nervous system cancers are some of the most lethal cancers on the planet. They're unsolved medical needs. And our goal is to make them more like chronic diseases, like many cancers have become melanoma, lung cancers, and other become chronic cancers. So if we could take these very lethal diseases and manage them more like a chronic illness, we're way ahead of the game. Now, these cancers have poor outcomes because of a number of technical and scientific limitations. And actually, our lead drug is an ideal combination of a radioisotope, a unique formulation, and delivery technology that overcomes all of those technical and scientific limitations that limit the impact of current drugs that are on the market for these cancers.
What unique challenges and opportunities do you encounter in developing targeted radiotherapeutics for difficult to treat cancers, and how does Plus Therapeutics approach them?
Yeah, the biggest challenge in treating these cancers is what we call D2T, or getting drug to tumor. That's the hard part. And the central nervous system, the brain, the spinal cord are protected anatomically. There's something called the blood-brain barrier that keeps about 98% of drugs away from of the tumor. And then the real estate's very expensive, and you have to be very precise with the delivery of your therapeutic. So no one's really even able to get close to what we have shown that we've been able to do with our technology. For example, we're getting very high doses of radiation, 10 to 20 times the amount that can be typically given today using external beam radiation therapy, precisely to the tumor, focus on the tumor, nowhere else in the brain or the body. And so the opportunity there is to go after these true unmet medical needs that in aggregate have very substantial market sizes. And we're going after, in aggregate, about $10 billion in market opportunity just for targeted radiotherapeutics for these CNS cancers.
How does Plus Therapeutics differentiate its targeted radiotherapeutics from existing treatment options for recurrent glioblastoma and leptomeningeal metastases?
Those happen to be our two lead indications. Now, let me sort of break it down and go over each of those sort of individually. So in terms of glioblastoma, the competition is relatively minimal. It's been over a decade since any kind of drug has been approved for recurrent glioblastoma. And in fact, that drug that was approved doesn't improve survival, it improves symptoms, but that's about all. So our drug, rhenium obisbemate, it's in phase 1 and phase 2 trials. Besides showing safety, it showed a very promising survival benefit or signal in these 2 trials. Perhaps a 50 to 100% improvement in survival we think is potentially achievable with this drug. So that's for recurrent glioblastoma. So that's bad enough, one approved drug and call it over a decade. But for leptomeningeal metastases, there have been no approved drugs. There's essentially nothing out there that's approved. Doctors sort of cobble together existing technology, and things like surgery and radiation even have limited roles for this cancer because it's a cancer of the cerebrospinal fluid, the fluid that's around the brain and the spinal cord and on the membrane wrapping those tissues. And in fact, we're seeing a similar safety profile in the treatment of leptomeningeal disease that we're seeing in GBM, but it has a market opportunity that's 10 plus times higher than recurrent GBM.
And then, Mark, could you discuss any exciting ongoing research efforts or collaborations?
Yeah, sure, Aaron. So kind of three focus areas for us beyond our two lead programs, which I mentioned a moment ago. The first is pediatric brain cancer. That's a new area for us. We've been working with the FDA to try to get a protocol approved. The outcome for pediatric brain cancers are even worse than adult cancers. They're rarer diseases, but have poor outcomes. Kind of aligned with that, there are metastatic tumors to the brain tissue. Those are actually much more common. Breast cancer, lung cancer, other cancers oftentimes will metastasize to the brain, and there are no good options. So there's sort of a slew of new opportunities for our lead drug. We also have a very promising new therapeutic. It's a targeted radioembolic device, actually. It's regulated as a device, even though it's a drug, that literally you could put into any blood vessel into the body. It goes in, lodges in the blood vessel, delivers its radiation, then it's absorbed, goes away, and allows you to come back and perhaps retreat the patient more than once, and perhaps multiple times. And then finally, an exciting opportunity is we've recently licensed a cerebrospinal fluid tumor test that is very interesting, very specific, very sensitive in terms of the testing language. But most importantly, we think it doubles to quadruples the market opportunity for our leptomeningeal cancer drug. So we could do a better job of diagnosing it early. We have a bigger target market and more patients that we can help on the back end.
Wow, that's amazing, Mark. Looking ahead, what are the strategic priorities and goals for Plus Therapeutics in enhancing clinical outcomes for patients with CNS cancers and advancing its position in the field of targeted radiotherapeutics?
So right now, even though what we do is complex, the strategic priority for us is very simple. So we're on the cusp of being in two pivotal or registrational approval trials next year, one for recurrent glioblastoma and one for leptomeningeal cancer for patients whose leptomeningeal cancer started as breast cancer. So these are women with advanced breast cancer that have metastases to the cerebrospinal fluid space. So our goal is to finish up our phase 1 and phase 1/2 work for both of those indications in 2024 and position those for approval trials for 2025. So that's the most important thing, because that's the most direct path to getting to market and getting to revenue. And then kind of secondarily, but importantly, and I mentioned this before, is this diagnostic test. Getting that up and running effectively doubles or quadruples the market for leptomeningeal cancer. And when you're talking about greater than 100,000 patients and doubling that or quadrupling that at an average sales price of, call it low six figures for a patient, that's a very sizable improvement in potential market opportunity. So focus areas, getting to pivotal trials for our two lead indications and getting the diagnostic test up and running.
Wow, yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, huge market opportunity there. Sounds like you guys are doing some great work. Well, Mark, it's been great to catch up with you. I hope the audience enjoyed learning more about Plus Therapeutics today. I look forward to catching up again in the future when you guys have some more exciting developments. Would love to have you back on the stream.
Thanks, Aaron. Take care.
Of course. Thank you to Mark and the team over there at Plus Therapeutics. Always great to catch up with Mark. They're doing great work over there. Now we will kick it back to Zunaid, and we'll get back to our programming for the Virtual Healthcare Summit here at Benzinga.
Awesome. Appreciate that so much. Let's continue the conversation. We're going to go ahead and bring on William Ho, who's the CEO of Innate Bio. Ticker on the NASDAQ is INAB. William, welcome to the show. How's it going, William?
Good. Hi, Zunaid. Thanks for having me today.
Absolutely, man. Looking forward to the cool things that we're going to talk about. But before we do, just give me a quick overview of what is it that your company does?
Yeah, Innate Bio is a cellular therapy company focused on developing a specific subset of your white blood cells, the gamma delta T cells for cancer. We've been focused on these cells since our scientific founder and chief scientific officer first made the observation that these particular cells are associated with better survival outcomes. This survival curve, or what we call Kaplan-Meier curve on your screen in the middle, was his first observation made in the mid-1990s. At that point, he made the observation that patients with leukemia who were undergoing transplantation, who ended up with higher levels of these cells, had better survival outcomes. You can see almost a 71% survival outcome versus only about a 20 those who had low to normal levels. Over the subsequent 20 years, numerous other data sets on the left out of Stanford, on the right out of an Italian university, again, demonstrating that high levels of these cells are associated with better survival outcomes in cancer patients.
What inspired the development of Innate Bio's Delta X platform, though? But more importantly, also, how does it make the company's approach to cancer therapy unique? Because there's so many. What makes this one special?
I think much of that is actually driven by our scientific founder, and today my chief scientific officer, Dr. Lawrence Lamb. As I said, he first made the observations that gamma delta T cells are associated with survival in the early 1990s. Here, our mission is to achieve what we call cancer zero. On the left-hand side of this image, you see a little wreath. This was actually given to him by a 6-year-old girl in 1996 who was being treated for her leukemia. Unfortunately, she died on Christmas Day. And it was that experience that drove him to start searching for what was making a difference between those patients who were surviving and those who were unfortunately passing of their disease. And it was that drove Dr. Lamb to actually make the association of these white blood cells with better survival outcomes. And so we've actually very mission focused based on this experience that Dr. Lamb went through. He spent the better part of 30 years in cell therapy and trying to make this original observation into a therapy.
Yeah, you know, I talked to Ram and Claudia earlier today from IGC about Alzheimer's. And the reason I bring that up is just because you kind of get the reality of things that, hey, the things that y'all are working on, especially your company, they're impacting real life people and you're looking to take care of that. So let's move on to any major achievements or success stories you kind of mentioned there as well, but any progressions in the clinical development that you'd like to share.
Yeah, I want to bring up one particular trial. As I mentioned earlier, he made this observation that patients with leukemia who are undergoing transplantation had better survival outcomes. INB 100 is our leukemia program. It's looking to infuse patients with leukemia who are undergoing transplantation with a donor-derived gamma delta T cell. As I said, Dr. Lamb has spent the better part of 25 years trying to make this observation into a therapy. The transplantation protocols, this was a publication in 2008 from Johns Hopkins University. On the left-hand survival curve, you can see after transplantation, at 1 year, roughly about 50% of patients will relapse of their disease. And unfortunately, if they relapse, on the right-hand side, you can see that those patients unfortunately die. At the American Society of Hematology meeting in December, we presented this data. We've treated 10 patients to date. So far, all 10 of them remain in remission. Yeah. 6 of the patients have passed 1 year. We actually have 3 patients out beyond 2 years and 2 patients out 3 years. We'll present an update likely this summer at the American Hematology Association meeting in June, looking really how many of these patients can we get to cross that 1 year mark without actually relapsing of their disease.
I'm going to mark it on my calendar to reach out to you early June so we can have some conversations after you make that information publicly available. Looking from a patient's perspective, though, right? I know you mentioned it a little bit briefly, but I want to get into a little bit more detail. What benefits do the gamma delta T cell therapies bring over the traditional cancer treatments that we've kind of been used to?
Look, ultimately, we think in order to have a very successful therapy, our thesis has to sit on these 3 legs: durability, tolerability, and heterogeneity. As my scientific founder has often said, look, we don't care if you can shrink your tumor if you die on time within a month or 2. We want to have long-term durable remissions. How can we, like in our trial, find ways to treat patients so that they're still living cancer-free 1 year, 2 years, and even 3 years post-treatment? The second, we want somewhat kinder and gentler therapies. Again, if there are significant toxicities that end up harming the patient, that doesn't matter. We believe the gamma delta T cells, with their unique ability to target tumor cells while leaving healthy tissues alone, give them a unique property. And finally, tumors are highly heterogeneous. There's a book that I actually like. It's by Azar Raza, who's at Columbia. She treats MDS. And as she describes it, we can't think of it as a single tumor, but as if we have a million different tumors. And so how do we target that heterogeneity? How do we target the entirety of the tumor? And we believe the gamma delta T cells can do that in order to achieve our mission of what we call cancer zero, the safe elimination of all cancer cells in our body.
Yeah, I mean, how often have loved ones heard it's the quality of life and not just extending the life that genuinely and truly matters, because it takes a toll, obviously, not just on the individual themselves, but also the loved ones and the families that are surrounding them. We've talked about how you're doing things different, right? Compared to the traditional cancer treatments. You've given us a little bit of insight on what gives you the edge, but give me a little bit more. How is Innate Bio positioning itself to be a leader in this space?
Look, again, as I just mentioned, we're focused on durability, tolerability, and heterogeneity. We think one of the reasons that we're a leader is because we are a specific expert in gamma delta T cells. It's something that our scientific team has been working on for over 30 years now. These particular cells, as I said, have a unique capability to distinguish between cancer cells and healthy cells. And that's the challenge at the end of the day with cancer. It's that they are our own cells. There are numerous companies developing CAR Ts and other cellular therapies, often focused on alpha beta T cells or natural killer cells or NK cells. And we think the gamma delta T cells have that unique property where they can actually identify between your own cells, whether they are healthy or those who are transformed and are cancerous and should be eliminated.
Now, I've only got about a minute with you, so I'll give you the floor before we bring Mark up. Any final thoughts from you?
No, look, we've made a lot of progress in these gamma delta T cells. We are the leader in this particular space. We are looking forward to a very exciting 2024. We'll start kicking things off with the American Association for Cancer Research meeting starting in just a couple of weeks. And we look to be presenting data at numerous medical meetings from now through June, both targeting both the American Society of Clinical Oncology, or ASCO, and the European Hematology Association, or EHA, in June. So thank you very much.
Did you say HEHA? That's what it's called?
EHA.
EHA. Okay, I was like, hold on a second. You're having a little too much fun in this space. But William, thank you so much for joining us. And I look genuinely forward to the milestones you achieve and to talk about them as you release them to the public.
Great. Thank you. Thanks for having us today.
Absolutely. And that is William Ho, is the CEO of Innate Bio. Ticker is INAB. The next company that we're going to talk about, you have heard of them. You've probably gone ahead and tried one of their many, many different programs that they have. Let's go ahead and bring on my man, Mark, who is the executive chairman of the Beachbody Company. Mark, how is it going? You got a baseball or no? Am I good?
You're good. How are you?
I am doing well, and I told you during our prep calls how excited it was. It's like the kid in me is like, oh, this is a company that made me feel like I just couldn't breathe for longer than 3 seconds after EX. I mean, come on, hurting my self-esteem out there.
Yeah, exactly. It's great.
Well, look, so that's what, I feel like a lot of folks know you for, but give me a brief overview of what is it that your company does.
So we are probably the premier fitness company, certainly in America, if not the world. Beachbody invented the entire sort of fitness industry. You remember from the infomercial days, P90X, Insanity, Body Beast. And we helped get America in shape. P90X became a $1 billion franchise. And the company has evolved over the past 25 years. Today, it's a major digital fitness company. We have a library of over 122 individual programs with over 9,000 underlying videos that have everything from core to strength, Pilates, yoga, fitness, cardio, you name it. We also have a formidable nutritional business. So we make protein supplements, powders, collagen, pre-post workout, which is a meaningful $250 million size nutritional business on top of our digital fitness business, which is that and more. And we run this basically through a direct selling network that's been by and large what the company's been doing the last several years. And we're now starting to go outside of that walled garden and going direct to consumer through outlets like Amazon, et cetera. But it's I mean, it's got the most incredible content library probably in the history of the fitness industry.
Yeah, and I feel like you have to attack it from different angles as well, right? So you have the activity, the programs that you talked about, the content of library, but then it's also, hey, now after your workout, how are you supplying your body with what it needs to recover, but also grow? So I like the 1-2 punch. I'm sure there's many more, but let me talk about the GLP-1. Is that a concern or perhaps an opportunity that you're seeing?
It's interesting. No pun intended. I actually think it's a shot in the arm for the company. There's 145 million Americans who are classified as overweight.
Yeah.
75 million are clinically obese. It's 116 million Americans with a high blood pressure problem, and only 22% of them from data have sought treatment. So if you think about that, the GLP-1 drugs, and I'm not a doctor, don't play one on TV. Terrific that it can make you lose weight, very expensive, but terrific you can do it. Absolutely, one of the major byproducts of taking that is the loss of lean muscle mass. Everybody has said it, including the people who are involved in marketing the product. You do not want to be losing lean muscle mass at any age, but certainly when you're past 40, that is not a good idea. And so we consider the Body company, which Beachbody is now called Body, B-O-D-I, which stands for Beachbody On Demand Interactive. We are the adjunct to a GLP-1 program. So if you're really overweight and now you can lose some weight to get to the point where you A, feel comfortable with yourself, and B, you can be more mobile, we have a range of workouts from the very beginner, for beginners only, to the very advanced P90X. So we can help you fortify your lean muscle mass. We have meal plans that can help you eat properly as you've lost the weight to keep it off. We have holistic that we can do for your mindfulness, et cetera. So we're a total nutritional package. We have supplements, we have meal plans, we have fitness, and we've got mindfulness. And so if you don't do any of that, and all you do is lose the weight, you'll be healthier that you're lighter, but your overall cardiovascular system will not have been addressed. Your muscular, and let's face it, as you get older, the most important thing other than your general health is you must have your strength and you must have your balance. Because if you lose strength and you lose balance, it's not about lifespan. It's about health span. Staying healthy longer is what's important. Nobody wants to be infirmed. So we are at the forefront of that. And I think this is going to get many more people into our dressing room.
I hear you and I agree with it, because I think growing up, my mindset, not just with my health, but just in life, was if I cannot see the problem, it is not a thing, right? So for example, if I look in the mirror, I know I got a gut, but I can't see, I don't want to call it the ugliness, but just the bad things that are happening underneath. And just because I can't see it doesn't mean that it's actually, what Oprah called actually this past Monday, called obesity being seen as a medical disease. Are you like on board with that?
Believe that. Let me tell you, if I were to tell you that I have a drug that would help you lose weight, get fit, improve your cardiovascular system, reduce your blood pressure, and help you sleep better, it would be the blockbuster drug of all time, right? You know what that's called? Exercise. If exercise were considered to be a drug and prescribed, people would look at it differently. Sure, it's got a vanity component to it, absolutely. But from a health standpoint, movement today, everybody's fixated on how many steps they move. It's great, but obesity has a lot to do with sedentary lifestyle. Everybody doesn't have to be skinny. You just need to be the best version of yourself. And if you make yourself healthier, you'll be a better version of yourself, and you need help to do that. Not everybody wants to go to a health club. People who are overweight, and especially as we get older, a lot of people don't want to go to a health club for vanity reasons, etc. This is something you can do in the privacy of your own home. You can do it at your pace. You can chart your progress. We have 120 different titles to choose from. And we got a lot of cool stuff in the pipeline to help people. And the nutritional supplements will help augment the benefits that you get from the exercise program. And then the meal plans will help you stay the course.
Yeah. You bring up the steps part of it. I have a very good friend of mine who I would, send her a screenshot. I'm like, I got 14,000 steps. And her number one question would be, but did your heart rate go up? Right. So you got to have different ways that
the magic formula everybody should have stamped to their forehead is 220 minus your age times 85. And that's essentially your maximum training zone. Okay. And, people work out to lose weight.
Yeah.
They work out for cardio. There's aerobic and anaerobic activity. You got to figure out which one you're interested in. As I say, just do something.
Yeah.
Then sitting, I hate to use the cliche, but sitting is the new smoking. So you just got to keep moving. And as you get into the movement and as you get in better cardio shape, we have programs that can take you all the way through your fitness journey. So, I look at the market very differently. To me, if we can get Americans moving and help their blood pressure, cardiovascular issues, and certainly their obesity issues, then we will just become a healthier nation. Look at the other day I was reading a report about the military that they're having a hard time getting people to enlist because of a fitness problem. Yeah. And this is young people. So we need to address this.
Well, so, I completely agree with you on that. Just with everything you've said, if not everything. I've only got about a minute left with you, but I want to talk about your market cap. I don't want to put words in your mouth. The one, would you say that it's very low? And if you believe that, then what is it that investors are missing? And also just a quick toss up of what's in store for 2024.
Well, I joined in June. I've been here 9 months. I took all stock options, no cash, no RSUs. I completely bet on the company. Company was worth $3.9 billion 2 years ago.
Yeah.
The underlying assets of the company are the exact same assets today that they were at $3.9 billion, and yet the market cap is sub $100 million. It made no sense. Our view was people thought we had a liquidity issue. We focused on building cash. We've delevered from over 50 million of debt to 29.5 million of debt. We just reported the December quarter. There's over 33 million of cash on the balance sheet. We've lowered the break even of this company from $900 million in 2022 to less than $500 million. So we've gone down $400 million in break even. Yeah. And we've taken, in 2024, we will have taken cumulatively $250 million of cost out of the business. So we've got a tremendous innovation pipeline. You're going to see starting in April, for the first time, we're going to be going back to selling individual programs in addition to our subscriptions. That's what made Beachbody the famous company. You could buy P90X and own it forever. We got away from that when we went to a subscription model. That's coming back in April. We think it's a huge shot in the arm. We got a lot of great ideas in the pipeline, lowered the break even, built in operating leverage, fortified the balance sheet, and we've got a great team.
Well, I'm looking forward to, you have the show, The Biggest Loser. I've always wanted to go on it, but I was never at that point. But if you ever do a show like that, you go ahead and give me a call. We'll make something happen.
All right,
I appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
You show together The Biggest Winner.
I appreciate it. I'll take the wad of cash that comes with it and the weight loss. I appreciate your time, Mark.
Great to see you.
Absolutely. And that is Mark, who is the executive chairman of the Beachbody Company. Ticker is BODI. The conversation continues, as earlier we caught up with James, who is the chairman, president, and CEO of First Wave Biopharma. Have I told you that we love talking to executives from publicly traded companies so we can hear directly from them? And the next one that we've got coming up had some big news drop, which we'll get to. So let me go ahead and introduce my friend James Saperstein, who is the CEO and chairman of First Wave Biopharma, ticker FWBI. James, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me. Excited to be here.
I'm so excited to talk about the big news that you dropped last week, which we'll get to here in a minute. But for the folks at home who may not know what it is that you do, please give us a quick, brief overview.
So we're a small gastroenterological company. We specialize in all GI products. We have 4 of them, but I'm only going to focus really on 2 of them. One of them is being out licensed, called niclosamide. The other, adrulipase, which had been our lead compound for cystic fibrosis patients, that we're examining the trials results to see what we do next. We have to schedule a Type C meeting with the FDA, and that's for exocrine pancreatic insufficiency. And then we have another product we licensed in from Sanofi called capicerod, and that's a really exciting product that's 5H1 agonist, and it's been studied in Alzheimer's disease, and they decided it wasn't going to work, so they did an AI process and came up with 2 gastroenterological programs, one being gastroparesis, which is what we're going to do. For all of you who've been reading the press about Ozempic and Wegovy and all these big products, one of the largest side effects they're experiencing these patients is gastroparesis, and there's no medication for it. So we're excited about that. Sanofi also has a right of first refusal to bring that back. And then last week, we announced this merger with a company called Immunogenics. And we're really excited about this compound. It's called lataglutenase. And lataglutenase is a combination of two enzymes that are going to be used together to resolve celiac disease. There is nothing on the market right now for celiac disease, although Takeda, it's in early phase 2. As you know, there's a lot of patients who suffer from gluten allergies. You hear it all the time. Hear it on planes, you hear it in supermarkets. And we're confident that this drug is going to help resolve that.
I feel like you're talking to me directly with the gluten issue. So I'm all ears. I was like, I have been from the beginning. And, it's cool. Interestingly, that you mentioned that, hey, the side effects that you get from certain drugs, we're there to help you with that. That's an interesting angle there. But let's talk about that merger a little bit more. Tell me, especially in terms of why is now the right time and how it kind of helps further your mission with your product lines as well.
Well, that's a good question. Is now the right time? We felt about 6 months ago was the right time. It just took us a little time to get this merger completed. We do have a strategic partner on the table. I have not announced who they are, but they're a fairly large pharmaceutical company. They're going to come in with double-digit millions of dollars as well, undiluted capital. So there's a fair amount of interest to get this done. Why now? Because the company Immunogenics is having a lot of problems getting their funding. They're private. They spent 7.5 years trying to find money, and they really could not advance the program as well as they would like. So let me give you the key issue why we were interested in it. Number one, this product was part of a company called Alvine many years ago, and they got through phase 2, proof of concept, and there were 3 clinical endpoints the FDA asked them to look at. They hit 2, missed 1. And then company went under. AbbVie was part of that company as well. Immunogenics bought it. They did another study with the Mayo Clinic, same results. Then they had some pretty fantastic meetings with the FDA, what's called the end of phase 2 meeting, where the FDA said, getting improved histological outcomes is pretty tough to do. We're going to flip the script on you. So rather than have you get all 3, we're going to just tell you to get the 2 indications that you already had in all your studies. So that really opened up the Pandora's door. We had already been speaking to Immunogenics, but that's really what brought on the big strategic partner as well. Just a lot of excitement, knowing your phase 3 plan is pretty much done. You have to just hit all your safety protocols and get enough patient numbers. We're looking anywhere from 800 to 1,100 patients over 2 phase 3 trials.
So, you mentioned about how they needed financing and then you were the one to step in and get the job done on that side. With the combination of you two now, with the partnership there, what kind of sets you apart from your competitors, especially in terms of what gives you the edge? I know you mentioned a couple of things where there is no drug or treatment or anything like that in a couple of areas. How does this partnership give you the advantage over your competitors who might be looking to do the same thing?
Well, look, I haven't really talked much about myself and my background, but I believe I'm part of the edge. So I've been in this business 40 years, 17 years with Big Pharma, part of 23 drug launches. I was responsible for 6 global drug launches myself. When I left the pharmaceutical piece, went to Gilead at the time. Gilead also had drugs that were behind the 8 ball, and we had to bring those forward. And then basically became like this turnaround artist. And my first company that I started, Tabira, we sold for $1.7 billion. So I have learned how to do a lot without a lot of resources. I mean, that's kind of my bailiwick. And I'm confident that we can move this product along very, very quickly. I've done a lot of clinical trials, and my team is fairly creative, in how to finance the company, but also how to structure the clinical trials. And we're in the process of doing that right now. Immunogenics brings us over some scientists, some of the clinical development people that they have. They've just, good people, but they've been struggling to move things forward. My team is now jumping in. We're going to move very, very quickly to get this done. We've got an extreme amount of experience.
You know, I said this to someone else earlier in the interviews about how I watch a lot of Shark Tank, and yeah, sometimes they'll invest in the company because of the idea, but they'll invest in the company because of the man running it as well. So I get the idea of you being the edge, and I love that you shared that. Earlier, you know, to start things off, you mentioned how you have an FDA meeting or, you know, scheduled in the future here. I don't know if you're able to provide the timeline on that. If you are, that would be great. But also looking ahead on what's to come in terms of what milestones you're looking to achieve in 2024, that would provide us some great insights on what's coming up.
Sure. So I mentioned the Type C meeting with Adrulipase. Those people who have been investing in my company for a while understand Adrulipase. We've had mixed results. I'm not going to say bad results. They've been mixed results. Some patients do really well. Some patients do not. We really started digging down on the data for the last 4 or 5 months and figured out there were some investigator issues, quite frankly. A lot of patients were non-compliant. Let's face it, you can't get any better if you don't take the drug. So some things were missed, and we're examining all that. We're trying not to point fingers rather than trying to put together a complete report. So we'll have to go back to the FDA. Timeframe's probably second quarter this year, and discuss with them what are the next steps. They may say, well, we're going to discount all these patients. We're going to throw them out, do another phase 2B trial, which is, I think, what they're going to ask us to do. Or they're going to say, you know, you've got enough positive data, you know, with these patients who are compliant, let's move you over to phase 3. We would love that, but I think that's probably, you know, 10% chance of that happening. So that's we'll have news on that, good or bad, but we'll have news on that. Capicerod, we expect to go and file an IND for gastroparesis in mid-2025. So that's coming soon.
Okay.
We're excited about that. And lataglutenase, we're going to get into the clinic, hopefully first quarter 2025. But we also have some manufacturing things we need to accomplish. There'll be some patents filed along the way. So you'll see some publication strategies and things of that as we move forward through 2024.
I appreciate the insights on what's to come. I want to kind of give you the floor. We talked about so many things about the acquisition, what's to come, and where you currently are as well. Was there anything else that you want to discuss or talk to our viewers about? The floor is all yours.
Well, I do because I know you have a lot of retail investors that tune in. And, you know, retail investors can get pretty ornery, pretty angry, and not really understand exactly what
you don't say.
Yeah. So when we launched this last week, our stock price took a hit. We were getting shorted. I was getting screenshots of things that were completely false, and people just didn't understand, you know, what the message was and how many shares were out there and things of that sort. And I'm here to tell all retail investors this, because I'm a retail investor too. I invest in all sorts of different things. Number one, be patient. Number two, look at the story. Read the story. Get to understand the story. Stocks just don't go up one day and then they crash the next day because of some little piece of bad news that is being misinterpreted. We are very, very confident in lataglutenase. I'm over the moon, as are my board members. We have a major pharmaceutical company on the hook to, you know, and if they take us out in 3-4 years from now, it's $1 billion plus deal. I have it. I have that in writing. I have the numbers in writing. Secondly, that's only for US, Canada, and Central America, that deal. That means Europe is wide open. And Europe, you know, we usually say it's anywhere from a third to half of the value of the United States, except they have 3 times as many celiac patients as we have in the United States. So it might be equal. So this could be close to a $2 billion asset once we get through phase 3. My market cap is $8 million. So I'm pretty excited in terms of how we're going to move this forward. The drug works. That's one thing we're very confident of. It works. Now we just have to do the appropriate studies that the FDA wants us to do. So I would tell the retail investors, hang in there. Stop reading stock twits or all these other things that you read, because these are all digital people who are trying to bring the stock down and make some money on the way down. You know, be a part of something special. Celiac, you know, it's 1% of the U.S. population has celiac, and 40% of celiac patients don't even know that they have celiac. Think about all the supermarkets, all the gluten-free aisles, and all those people who can't eat pasta, pizza, and bread. This is going to be a little powder that you put into a drink. It tastes like cherry. You drink it down with your meal, and you should be able to eat whatever you want. That's going to be a huge lifestyle change for a lot of people. And I truly believe this drug, after it becomes approved for prescription use, will become a lifestyle drug as well.
You know, when I decided to take on this interview, I didn't know you'd be working on something that I said earlier would kind of directly impact me with the celiac and gluten-free type of things. And yeah, it absolutely interferes with your lifestyle, right? You always got to kind of keep it worried about it as well. You know, we had Alex, Palantir CEO, talk about short sellers just are on cocaine. So I'm glad you didn't go that route and give us a sound bite. Maybe you should have. I don't know. But this was such a great conversation. I really appreciate your time here today.
Thank you very much. And thanks for letting me be a little bit more open than usual.
Absolutely. We always welcome that as well. That is James Saperstein, who is the chairman and CEO of First Wave Biopharma. Ticker is FWBI. And I meant what I said, whether it's in your dating life, family life, traditions, Thanksgiving. If you deal with celiac, you got to kind of worry about what's on the menu and what you can eat without worrying about different things. But let's go ahead and keep things moving along as we've got Robert, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Atossa Therapeutics. Ticker on the NASDAQ is ELTX. Here's Robert. Robert, how's it going? Thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, thanks for having me.
Looking forward to some great conversations, but as always, just give us a little bit of an insight on what is it that your company does.
But we're developing cancer vaccines, and so think of this as a therapeutic vaccine. So these are vaccines that are used to treat a cancer by triggering an immune response, and then training the body's immune response to hit it again if the cancer comes back. And what we're doing is something very unique in that we're delivering our vaccines to places within our body that you've probably heard of called lymph nodes. And the lymph nodes are critical because they're the brain center of the immune response, particularly for T cells, which you absolutely have to have a major T cell response to kill the tumor, to kill cancer cells. And so that is engaging the lymph nodes is kind of a secret sauce that was developed at MIT and that we put into place here and that we're now in phase 2 in pancreatic cancer with.
Yeah, anytime I feel a bump, which I kind of have it on the back of my head, but got it checked out many times because I always be paranoid. But I can understand why that can really scare some folks and why it's important and your different approach to it as well. I believe in January, you had some promising news that was released with your preliminary PH1, PDAC, and CRC data that I think was published in the Nature Medicine. Can you provide an overview on that data and just give us insights on what is next from there?
Yeah, we're very excited about that. Nature Medicine is about as great a peer-reviewed journal as you can get into, and it was our phase 1, our first phase 1, 25 patients, 20 in pancreatic, 20 in CRC, and these are KRAS mutation-driven tumors, and KRAS drives 25% of all solid tumors. So the program that we have can address 25% of solid tumors. So it's a massive opportunity and need. And the data that we showed, we were able to show that 84% of the patients in this study had T cell responses, and 84% of them, we were measuring their cancer biomarkers, and 84% of them saw those biomarkers decline, including about a quarter of them that saw their ctDNA completely reduced to 0. So what's exciting is when you look at the long-term impact of that, these patients who have had chemo, who have had surgery, have already biologically relapsed, and they typically will relapse in 5 to 6 months. And what we've seen as a median relapse-free survival is 16 months. So we're already seeing an impact in these patients. And for the patients that had the highest level of T cell above a median level, we haven't even reached an RFS yet. So we're very, very excited about what we saw there. It allowed us to kick off the phase 2, which is in pancreatic cancer. That's enrolling quickly. We expect to be able to give the interim data on that about this time next year. So we have another phase 1 that is going on. We'll be able this year to give additional data from both the phase 1 that was in Nature, but also in the second phase 1, which is an expanded version of this vaccine. That is the vaccine that it's now in phase 2. So very, very excited about this program and what it could mean out there for patients that really don't have any options today.
Yeah, and I don't have personal experience, but I can only imagine how tough it is to deal with cancer, think you're in the clear, and then you got to come back and deal with it again. So when you in your opening remarks talked about, hey, we don't just take care of it in the beginning, but also when it comes back, we go ahead and hit you with it again so you can go ahead and take care of that. I think that's definitely some important work. You provided some good insights on what's to come from the study that you mentioned. Are there any upcoming 2024 milestones, or maybe beyond if you want to touch on them, that our retail investors that are possible investors in your companies can expect?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we already hit two of them. You hit one of them, which was the Nature Medicine, and then the other one was starting with phase 2.
Yeah.
But at the AACR meeting, we'll show additional translational data there, looking at T cell levels, but also some data from our preclinical programs. But I think the big milestones for us this year will be additional data from the phase 1, which is a 7 mutation or 7 peptide version of our vaccine, which is the version that's in the phase 2. No one has seen any data on that. We've obviously have good data, so we were able to move through the phase 2. So we'll hopefully show that in the first half of this year. And then ongoing data as we continue to follow the patients from both of these phase 1s to see what the long-term responses are. So a number of different milestones for us this year, and then the interim data in Q1 of next year.
Is there anything that you want to, I kind of give the floor to you, but also sometimes company gets mistaken or the messaging is unclear because of outside actors. We'll leave it at that. Is there anything that folks are getting wrong about your company, whether it's in what you've done or what you're going to do? Any insight you want to provide there?
No, I think we became public through a reverse merger. So we just kind of appeared on the scene last summer. So awareness is building of the company. Yeah. I think one of the things overall is that cancer vaccines just haven't had a great history. But that's really changing, not just with us, but with other technologies. And so there's a lot more openness now about looking at cancer vaccines. I think what's really unique about what we're doing, though, is the lymph node targeting. This is a monotherapy, so we're not combining it with other programs, and this is off the shelf. So there's a lot of vaccines that are personalized to the individual patient, which is time-consuming, costly. Yeah. This is an off-the-shelf, which can be applied to anyone that has these mutations, and that's a very unique aspect of this technology.
Now, lastly, before I let you go, when it comes to doing something like this, it obviously, requires a little bit of help in terms of whether it's a financing side or the research side or anything like that. I've always been curious how the government comes into play. And I have a specific question, but just kind of an overall aspect of it. Do government grants come into play here with helping with certain studies, clinical trials, R&D, or anything like that? I mean, how does that kind of come into play? And the reason I ask is because you have election year coming up, and I'm not asking you to pick one way or another, but I'm just curious if something like that could impact the work you're doing.
Well, certainly the regulation part of it is impacted by the government. And I think there's been great strides made in terms of being able, particularly in cancer, in working with the FDA. But there's so many different foundations that are doing great work to advance. And we benefit from that with several grants in the last 18 months. And so I think we're getting help from both sides, both the foundation side and the government side.
Yeah. Awesome. Appreciate you for hanging out with us. Thank you so much for your time, and really look forward to more conversations as you achieve these milestones that you've set out, similar to what you did in January.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. That is Robert. Appreciate you for hanging out with us. He is the CEO of Atossa Therapeutics. Ticker is ELTX. We're going to continue the conversation. Earlier, I told you we had different types of healthcare companies, right? You have healthcare companies that are focused on cancer, Alzheimer's, and immuno diseases that we've seen in different aspects of it. We've also talked to Beachbody, where you go ahead and take care of the physical aspect of your body in terms of exercising, losing weight. And listen, I'm on air quite often. I've got to go ahead and take care of my skin. I got to take care of my eye bags underneath as well. So our next guest is going to hopefully help me do just that. We've got Dr. Jordan Plews, who's the co-founder and CEO of ticker on NASDAQ is ELAB. Let's go to bring Jordan on the show. How's it going, Jordan?
Great. How are you doing?
I am doing well. Now, we talked about this on the prep call. So some of those conversations we're going to have to go ahead and have here again in terms of skincare and how it truly works with what you're doing. But just give us a quick overview of what is it that your company does.
Yeah, we are a results-driven clinical grade skincare company addressing the $19 billion physician dispense cosmeceutical market.
Now, when it comes to pharmaceuticals, oftentimes people may think, hey, is this something that I can go ahead and, purchase at a CVS, or is it something that I have to get prescribed? Give us a little bit of insights on that.
Yeah, so as a cosmeceutical, as opposed to a pharmaceutical, this is not prescription. This is something that is sold in like a dermatology office or a plastic surgeon's office, a med spa, anywhere where maybe you're getting Botox or a facial done, perhaps, but not prescription. And yeah, so it's a little bit different, but it's sold in that setting because we do believe this is a clinical grade product.
Now, let's go ahead and talk about your, problems that you're addressing. We see a couple of them right here. And also, why is it important, not just from the aesthetic aspect of the shallowness of us humans, but also from the health that's underneath aspect of it as well?
Yeah, so regarding the problem, I'll point to a study that was done a few years back, polling thousands of women, showed that over 80% didn't believe in the marketing claims of the skincare that they purchased. A lot of skincare today is just not meeting the needs or expectations of customers, and the current market is largely built on what I would call a hero ingredient model. This is where someone is isolating something from a plant, or a scientist is developing a chemical or a peptide designed in a laboratory. And this is then has a whole marketing story built around it, often telling you it's going to do all these great things. We took a very different approach. We went back to the start, back to nature, looking at younger skin, looking at how it heals, why it looks and acts so young, effectively trying to reverse engineer nature. And this led us to stem cells. And while we can't put living stem cells in a bottle, this led us further to exosomes, which provide many of the benefits of stem cells, but are not alive, they are not cells, and they can be bottled and provided in an easy-to-use format. And these are, stem cells that we isolate from umbilical cords, from healthy full-term births. This is, the youngest ethical source of stem cells that you can get, and we process that through our proprietary PREX process in our laboratory to produce age 0 exosomes, which are the star ingredient of our products today.
Earlier in the show, I mentioned the importance of, you may not see that something is going on to the naked eye. However, when you do scans, similar to what you've shown here on the left, you can truly see the difference, and the redness you can truly notice compared to the image on the right. Let's talk about your current products, right? What you've got going on there and what that industry kind of looks like. You talked about the study. Let's talk about the actual products.
Yeah, so we have two products today. They're collectively called the Elevai E series. We have one that's for use in office, one that is a take-home product that can be used topically every day. There's about 28,000 offices in the United States that are offering all kinds of procedures. So there's millions of procedures done each year. And as popularity increases for minimally invasive procedures, as opposed to surgery, this is where our products really fit in. The in-office product is only part of the story. So let's say you get a microneedling, microdermabrasion, some kind of thing where minimally invasive is done. You can benefit from a product we call Empower.
Yeah.
But the in-office part that's just part of the story. The same provider can then sell you the take-home, which is our Infinity product, which you're seeing on the screen now, the larger one. And their recommendation as a skincare professional tends to carry more weight. So we get a stickier customer, the higher reorder rate. And this is a product that retails at $2.99, contains a variety of clinically proven ingredients, along with our proprietary star ingredient, the Elevai exosomes, and has about a 70% margin.
Now, what's important to me is the partnerships, right? You mentioned the retail aspect of it as well. Give me any insight in terms of strategic partnerships or collaborations that LOI has in terms of the labs, and it's established its enhancements with capabilities, but also to accelerate its market penetration.
Yeah, so you might have seen some of our recent press releases, but not everyone gets the big picture of what we're building here. So, for example, You might have noted that we licensed stem cell technology from Immune Bio. This is a larger publicly traded cell therapy company. And this provides us with proprietary cell therapy grade stem cells for exosome production. These are elements that we expect to be important in the reliable and consistent creation of the highest quality product, and provides us with other opportunities potentially to build on this technology in the future, and providing another layer of complexity to our competitive advantage. And we don't see anyone else taking it to this level in the market today. We also did a licensing deal with Yuva Bio. This is a company that has innovative longevity technology around mitochondrial health. We've licensed their proprietary technology to incorporate into our scalp and hair care products initially, while most of the hair loss and scalp care market today is using these pharmaceutical compounds that, some of they're just not safe for women. This technology that we have combined with our topical exosome technology really bridges that gap and addresses this market in a new and innovative way.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the skincare aspect of it, but yeah, even with hair, it absolutely matters. As I've gotten older, you got to try different things out because you start noticing, and it's like, okay, cool. I mean, people are going to Turkey, right? And to get their things done if it really gets that bad, but it's also about just being proactive and making sure you get ahead of it so that you don't have to fly overseas to get things taken care of. Speaking of kind of looking a little bit more forward, let's go ahead and talk about key areas of innovation and growth that you're focused on.
Yeah, so looking ahead, as you mentioned there, we are supplementing this $19 billion physician dispensed cosmeceutical market with a $23 billion luxury scalp and hair care market that we're going after in the near future. We are a first mover in a large and growing market already. We're the only publicly traded company selling an exosome topical in the medical aesthetic space here. Many influential doctors already support us with multiple pending studies to further validate what we've already seen from our early clinicals. Beyond this, as I mentioned before, there are a lot of things tied to hair that we haven't really gotten into yet that's coming. You can see here we've been featured in a lot of magazines, on TV, podcasts. So most of the time, when I'm not creating products or driving the company, I'm speaking at some kind of scientific conference somewhere around the world, trying to really educate on this. And Elevai Labs is really at the core trying to apply the latest in scientific innovations to the skin and hair care space. So while we're focused on stem cell exosomes today, we expect to add to this additional unique technologies and kind of get away from the traditional hero ingredient model, instead, focusing on things that are more rejuvenating and really looking at the science behind youth. That's really what it's all about for us.
Yeah, and especially because you don't just want a product that's a quick Band-Aid that'll just work for the night that you're out, but something that won't be harmful and will go ahead and take care of your skin from what the world can see, but also what genuinely matters on the inside with the chemicals, and like you mentioned early on as well. Any final words from you before we go?
Well, so if anyone has more questions, more information they want, reach out to our Director of Investor Relations. They'll answer your questions. Their email is ir@elevailabs.com. You can also visit elevailabs.com or our commercial site, elevaiskincare.com, to learn more.
Awesome. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. And I know we joked about it in the prep call. She was going to get the skincare stuff, but you mentioned hair products. I'm going to send you a DM. Well, I'll send an email to Tyler and we'll sync up. But genuinely love what y'all are doing. I think it's important on different levels of it. And I appreciate your time here today.
Likewise. Great to be here. Thank you.
Absolutely. You go ahead and take care. That is Dr. Jordan Plews, who is the co-founder and CEO of Elevai Labs. Ticker is ELAB. And that about does it. That concludes our virtual healthcare summit of 2024. We were here to have the conversations that would shape the future of healthcare. And we appreciate all of you for joining us. We've had such incredible companies and such incredible people. And we focused on different aspects of healthcare in terms of Alzheimer's. We talked about the physical body in terms of Beachbody. And then you just had Dr. Plews join us as well in terms of the skincare and the healthcare, in terms of your head aspect of it as well. We thank you for watching. And as always, we always want to bring you conversations from executives. Do your own due diligence. And we hope to have you join us for more conversations in the future. Thank you for watching.